We will be there. Signature TV.
During plenary on Tuesday by the Senate President Godswill Akpabio. The bill is designed to provide a legal framework for a dual policing structure in Nigeria, allowing states to establish and operate their own police services alongside the federal police. Tinubu said the proposed amendment is a critical component of ongoing efforts to reorganize the country's policing system to enhance security and better protect citizens. He noted that communities, municipalities, and local government areas will play more active roles in policing responsibilities under the new arrangement. Following the presentation, Akpabio referred the bill to the Senate Committee on Constitutional Review with a directive to report back on Wednesday. The latest development comes barely 2 weeks after the Senate passed an executive bill on state police for second reading. Akpabio noted that a fresh constitutional alteration bill transmitted by the President builds on the earlier proposal and is intended to provide a constitutional foundation required for the establishment of state police services. Meanwhile, the Senate on Tuesday suspended consideration of a police bill and ordered legislative business at an emergency plenary session to honor the memory of a member of the House of Representatives, Yaya Tungo. Proceedings were cut short after Senate President Godswill Akpabio announced the death of Tungo, who represented the Kwame Funakaye Federal Constituency of Gombe State in the House of Representatives, who passed away in Abuja on June 12, 2026, following a brief illness. The late lawmaker was first elected to the House of Representatives on the platform of the People's Democratic Party and secured re-election to the 10th National Assembly in 2023 and later defected to the African Democratic Congress in March 2026, becoming one of several lawmakers who changed party affiliation ahead of the next election cycle. Announcing the suspension of legislative activities, Akpabio said the Senate would adjourn to allow lawmakers to join in mourning their fallen colleague and participate in the burial rites. The presidency has dismissed the call by the presidential candidate of the Nigeria Democratic Party, Peter Obi, for President Bola Tinubu's resignation, describing it as childish and hollow. A statement by presidential media aide Bayo ENUGU described the call as an attempt to distract from recent electoral victories recorded by the ruling All Progressives Congress. ENUGU accused Obi of drawing a false comparison between Nigeria's presidential system and the United Kingdom's parliamentary democracy, while painting what he described as a distorted picture of the country's current realities. He said Obi forgets that Nigeria does not run a parliamentary system of government like the UK, and that the Nigerian leader is elected to a fixed 4-year term. Presidential aide argued that recent election outcomes in Nasarawa, ENUGU, Ondo, and Rivers demonstrated public support for Tinubu and the APC and defended the administration's handling of security challenges, insisting that the significant gains had been recorded against terrorist and criminal groups across the country. Peter Obi had on Monday advised President Bola Tinubu to take a cue from British Prime Minister Keir Starmer and step down from office, arguing that the current administration has failed to meet Nigeria's expectations amid worsening economic and social conditions. Reacting to the announcement of the British Prime Minister's resignation, Obi, in a tweet titled "Owning Up to Leadership Failures and Political Responsibility," advised Tinubu to emulate the British PM and save the country from worsening economic situation, having failed to fulfill his electoral promises. He argued that in the past, Tinubu had also called on former President Goodluck Jonathan to quit when it appeared he was not measuring up with the people's expectations, urging the incumbent president to toe the path of honor. The Labour Party presidential candidate in the 2023 presidential election specifically pointed at what he saw as Tinubu's failure to make good his pledge to provide reliable electricity for Nigerians, reminding them of having told Nigerians not to vote for him in the second term if he failed on the basis of that promise. A former Anambra governor said that having listened to the British Prime Minister's speech announcing his planned resignation in July and being a keen observer of global politics, Its primary interest lies in examining what successful nations do right and the structural factors that cause others to lag or struggle with governance and development. President Bola Tinubu has appointed Oluwatoyin Ogundipe as chairman of the governing board of the Nigerian Universities Commission, succeeds Olufemi Aina, an emeritus professor who resigned his appointment less than 1 year in office. Ogundipe will lead the University of Lagos from 2017 to 2022 as a professor of botany with expertise in molecular plant taxonomy, biosystematics, ethnobotany, and cytogenetics, forensic botany, and ecological conservation. He holds a PhD in botany from Obafemi Awolowo University and an MBA from the University of Lagos, and currently serves as Pro-Chancellor of Redeemers University, Ede, Osun State. A statement by Tinubu's media aide, Bayo ENUGU, said the president expects Ogundipe to provide visionary leadership at the NUC and sustain the credibility of the Nigerian university system by advancing quality, access, and integrity in the education sector. The Independent National Electoral Commission has presented certificates of return to winners of the by-elections held across 6 states on Saturday. Elections were held for senatorial offices in ENUGU, Nasarawa North, Ondo South, and Rivers Southeast, and also for the Dawan King Kudu Warsaw Federal Constituency in Kano State and the Zuru State Constituency in Kebbi State. The INEC Chairman, Joash Amopita, was represented by Supervisor National Commissioner May Agbamuchimbo for Rivers State, who was supervising the presentation of a certificate. In our remarks, Agbamuchimbo congratulated the winners and urged them to serve their constituents diligently, saying the most important responsibility is to represent the people well. National commissioners representing the various constituencies took turns presenting the certificates to the elected candidates, officially recognizing them as the duly returned winners of their respective elections. The Federal Ministry of Petroleum Resources has convened an emergency engagement with stakeholders in the gas industry and security agencies to address the issue of hoarding and diversion of liquefied petroleum gas to neighboring countries. The meeting brought together key government officials, regulators, producers, marketers, terminal operators, and industry associations to examine factors contributing to rising LPG prices and agree on practical interventions to strengthen the value chain. Speaking at the engagement, the Permanent Secretary, Minister of Petroleum Resources, Patience Oyekule, described LPG as a critical energy source for households and an important component of Nigeria's energy transition agenda. She noted the rising price of LPG is putting additional pressure on household budgets and increasing the cost of essential goods, stressing the need for collective action to improve access to affordable cooking gas. The Minister of State for Petroleum Resources, Ekberikbe Ekbo, stated that President Bola Tinubu is concerned about the impact of rising LPG prices on Nigerians and has directed relevant agencies to take proactive steps to address the situation. The Chief Executive of the Nigerian Midstream Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority, Rabiu Umar, noted that high landing costs continue to influence LPG prices, but expressed optimism that ongoing measures across the value chain will begin to ease market pressures in the coming weeks. He added that the authority is working with producers and other stakeholders to increase domestic supply, strengthen market oversight, and support interventions that will improve availability. The Northeast Joint Task Force, Operation Hadinkai, says it has rescued 47 persons, mostly women and children, who were held captive by ISWAP terrorists in Kangawa, Kukawa local government area of Borno State. The acting military information officer of the Theatre Command, Captain Mohammed Musa, said in a press statement that the rescue operation was a significant humanitarian success, which was recorded during a combined military operation that forced the insurgents to abandon the victims. Musa said the rescued persons are currently receiving medical care from medical professionals at a secure location and that necessary humanitarian support is being provided in coordination with relevant agencies to facilitate their eventual reintegration. Highlighted the commitment of the troops to not only degrade terrorist capabilities, but also to secure the release of innocent civilians held against their will. A statement reaffirmed the resolve of the command to sustain offensive operations, dismantle remaining ISWAP networks, and restore peace and normalcy across the northeast region. A cache of arms and ammunition believed to have been destined for criminal elements seeking to undermine the peace and security of Kogi State has been intercepted in a joint security operation. The state government announced this in a statement signed by the Commissioner for Information and Communications, Kingsley Farmo. He explained that a successful operation was made possible through the synergy between local security operatives under the Kogi State Security Architecture, the hybrid forces operating under the Office of a National Security Advisor, and the 12th Brigade of the Nigerian Army acting on credible intelligence. The government said that preliminary information indicated that security operatives received intelligence on the movement of arms and ammunition intended for delivery to criminal elements operating within and around Kogi State. Intelligence said specifically identified a Gulf 2 vehicle being used for the illicit movement of the weapons. The government noted that a successful interception of the arms consignment is a clear demonstration that it remains several steps ahead of those seeking to threaten the peace of the state. He thanked the Sokoto State government, security agencies in Sokoto State, and all other stakeholders whose cooperation, prompt response, and support contributed to the successful operation. Nigerian travelers have been reminded by the United States mission in Nigeria to strictly comply with U.S. immigration laws regarding their stay in the country. In a message posted on its official X handle on Tuesday, the mission noted that complying with visa terms was key to protecting future travel and study opportunities. The mission stressed that following the rules was not only the right thing to do, but also a safeguard for individual travel prospects. It urged applicants to keep their documents updated, stay only for the period authorized, and avoid actions that could jeopardize their eligibility for future entry into the United States. The reminder followed ongoing efforts by the U.S. to curb visa overstays and maintain the integrity of its immigration system. It added that respecting the immigration process benefits both travelers and the U.S.-Nigeria relationship, noting that when they respect the process, everyone wins. Still to come, Iran says there are no new commitments on inspection of our nuclear sites. Drowning deaths soar in France as Europe battles in peak of heat wave. Details shortly.
We are local.
The international community is observing
Wait, the main market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended say aye.
We have taken it through by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
More than a year after the death of Zambia's former president, Edgar Lungu, his family has won the appeal to have his body buried in South Africa, where he died, overturning a High Court ruling that allowed the Zambian government to repatriate the corpse. It is not clear whether Tuesday's ruling at the Supreme Court of Appeal in Bloemfontein finally puts to rest the legal battle over what should happen to his remains following a long-standing feud between Lungu and his successor, President Hakainde Hichilema. The Zambian government wished to see him laid to rest alongside his predecessors at a special presidential burial ground at the capital, Lusaka. But Lungu's family wanted a private burial after negotiations with the government over the funeral arrangements broke down. Last August, South African High Court in Pretoria ruled that Zambia's government could repatriate the body and give him a state funeral, an outcome that left Lungu's relatives visibly distraught in the courtroom. The former president died of an undisclosed illness, aged 68, at a clinic in Pretoria. Iran has denied a claim by United States Vice President J.D. Vance that it would allow nuclear inspectors back into the country after the first round of talks between Washington and Tehran to reach a final deal to end the war. Following negotiations in Switzerland, Vance said discussions with the International Atomic Energy Agency could be happening soon, but Iran's foreign ministry told state media that Tehran had made no new commitments on nuclear inspections. Iran and the U.S. continue to share conflicting statements on a nuclear issue on Tuesday, with Iran's foreign ministry spokesman Ismail Baqir saying there are no plans to allow inspectors to access nuclear sites bombed by the U.S. and Israel last year. U.S. President Donald Trump said that despite Iran's protestations and false statements to the contrary, it had fully and completely agreed to inspections, and there will be no further negotiations if they did not agree with this. Meanwhile, the U.S. has temporarily waived sanctions, allowing Iran to sell oil in the U.S. dollars for the first time in decades. 2 stranded supertankers passed through the Straits of Hormuz on Tuesday, while 7 empty Qatar-linked liquefied natural gas tankers have entered in recent weeks, and an early sign Gulf gas shipping may be resuming. Iranian-linked tankers also continue to transit the vital waterway, with traffic picking up on Monday as U.S.-Iran talks progressed. Flows had weakened ahead of the talks amid threats by U.S. President Donald Trump to restart the war and Tehran's announcement that again shut the strait. The first round of talks, which began on Sunday, concluded a day later, with both sides agreeing on a roadmap towards a permanent deal within 6 days. The U.S. also announced a waiver until August 21 on sanctions easing concerns over global oil and LNG supplies and pushing prices lower. More crude oil cargoes stranded in the Gulf since the start of the war are expected to make their way out now, while a growing number of sanctioned tankers have been plying the straits to load and export Iranian oil after the U.S. waived sanctions. The very large crude carrier Dubai Energy, chartered by Taiwanese state energy firm CPC and carrying 2 million barrels of Abu Dhabi and Saudi crude, exited the straits overnight and is now sailing towards Taiwan. Another VLCC, Universal Glory, chartered by South Korean refiner JS Caltex, exited the strait on Tuesday with 2 million barrels of Saudi crude on board, the data showed. A United Nations Commission of Inquiry says Israel deliberately targeted Palestinian children, resulting in genocide, crimes against humanity, and war crimes in the Gaza Strip and the occupied West Bank. A new report alleges that Israeli authorities and occupied forces have deliberately carried out acts inflicting death and severe bodily and mental harm on hundreds of thousands of Palestinian children, and that the killings continued even after last October's ceasefire in Gaza. The Commission said it has reasonable grounds to conclude that those acts form part of a deliberate strategy to destroy the future of the Palestinians in Gaza by targeting their children. Israel's foreign ministry said it openly rejects the Commission's report, calling it a libelous sham and a propaganda piece as outrageous as its previous ones. Israeli military launched a campaign in Gaza in response to unprecedented Hamas-led attack on southern Israel on 7 October 2023, in which about 1,200 people were killed and 251 were taken hostage. A leader of South Ossetia, breakaway region of Georgia that is backed by Russia, said on Tuesday that he is resigning to become an advisor to Russian President Vladimir Putin. In an address published on South Ossetian government website, Alan Golkovec said he was resigning with immediate effect to take up a job in Russia's presidential administration and handing over the presidency to his prime minister. He said he would be helping to implement a treaty signed between South Ossetia and Russia last year, which he said would bring forward what he said was a cherished dream of a tiny territory's incorporation into Russia. South Ossetia, which has a population of around 50,000, first broke away from Georgia amid the collapse of the Soviet Union in the early 1990s, securing a de facto independence with Russian backing. Successive South Ossetian leaders have repeatedly said they want the territory to become part of Russia in future, but both local authorities and Moscow have stopped short of holding a vote on annexation. 40 people have drowned in heat wave-related deaths in France since last Thursday as temperatures hit record levels in several major cities and the heat wave reaches a peak in several European countries. Sports and Youth Minister Marina Ferrari, who confirmed the report to French radio, said the development should be taken seriously. Said that too many people were trying to cool off in rivers and canals without necessarily taking the risk into account. Among the fatalities was a 13-year-old girl who had gone for a dip with her family in the River Seine at Fontaine-la-Porte, even when she did not know how to swim. France saw its hottest June day on record on Monday and its hottest ever night on Monday night, with over half of the country on red alert. Spain and Italy also have been hit by the heat wave, with temperatures in Spain set to peak above 40 degrees centigrade in some areas. Several people have also drowned in Germany as temperatures are expected to climb as high as 40 degrees centigrade in the west and southwest by the end of the week. And that's the wrap on Global News. I am Barry Kumo Ado. Thank you very much for watching.
Tired of the snow? Tired of the bad TV signals? Nigeria has gone digital. Introducing Free TV, the national platform for every Nigerian. Get 100 plus channels immediately. Sports, news, and entertainment in your native language with clear picture quality. Whether you're in the city or the village, our satellite signal reaches every corner of 36 states from day one. No monthly subscription, just a compatible decoder and you are set. It's a national asset built for you. Take the show on the road, download the Free TV app and stream your favorite channels anywhere. Starting this May, scan to download the app or call 0700 388 7277. Free TV, digital TV for free. Brought to you by NBC.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder. So,
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Welcome once again to the Sage. A wonderful journey, a journey in which we work with you to uncover hidden treasures. Joyful, inspiring, and truly, truly exciting. Yes, it's once again another episode in which, as we had said previously, we meet really wonderful young people who have become entrepreneurs and have made a success of it. Today's episode is full of excitement. For me particularly, it's full of joy. It meets an innate need in me to see a young lady with so much enterprise who is so gifted. I say that because I in particular have a soft spot for young women. I feel young people in our country and in many parts of the world are more burdened, more handicapped by the fact that they lack jobs and therefore lack a viable means of empowerment, economic empowerment. But this is really, really acute for young women. They face all kinds of inequalities, all kinds of handicaps engendered by many factors in our society, whether it's cultural, economic, family, government, in so many ways. Sometimes even nature itself hampers the growth, the development, particularly economic development of the young woman. And so we have a shining example to share with you today. A woman, a young woman who never fails to inspire me. A young woman with a heart and the courage of a lion. Full of fun, full of so gifted, so truly inspiring and wonderful. Please join me as I welcome Jane Okenyi to this show.
Thank you so much, Ma. It's a pleasure to be here.
When we come back, you'll hear what is so truly wonderful about Jane. And as usual, I'm Dr. Kechi Ogbuagu, your guide on this journey of excitement. Stay with us. Welcome once again to the Sage. My dear, tell us a little about yourself.
Okay. My name is Okenyi Jane Ijoma. I'm from Abia State, Nigeria. I'm an Igbo girl. Okay, and I hail from Akano Item local government in Abia State. I schooled at Michael Obara University of Agriculture, Umudiki in Abia State, and I studied biochemistry. Currently, I'm a youth corps member, although I'll be finishing my youth service this month. So, if you're interested to know, and also my audience, that I'm a shoemaker, and yes, I am a shoemaker. I love to be called one. I'm repeating it because I don't want you to call me a cobbler. I don't want you to call me a shoe designer. I am a shoemaker because I make footwears. So that is a little about who I am.
Great. Jane, the shoemaker.
Yes, ma'am.
Jane, tell us a little bit about what made you shoemaking? What made you go into this business that is obviously very much a man's world?
Okay. Yes, as they always say, shoemaking is a male-dominated business. So everybody usually asks that question. So the first thing I would say is that I didn't just start by making this business part of what I wanted to do in life. I didn't grow up wanting to be a shoemaker. You know, it was born out of passion for entrepreneurship, passion for business, passion to wanting to become something different aside the regular things that women do in society. When I was little, when I was growing up, You know, when my parents buy clothes and they don't buy shoes, there's a problem. You have to buy shoes for me. So right from time, I've always loved footwears. You know, I can't afford to wear the same shoe I wore last year, this year. No, not possible. You know. Then talking about the energy involved in this business. I grew up as a tomboy. I have a twin brother, so I think that can explain why I grew up as a tomboy. He was my only friend and sibling, so I always did everything he did. You know, I played the same kind of games he played. You know, the football, the sports, and all that. So I think that was where I built my physical strength from. Then looking at business, at the business angle, everything I turned into business. My parents gave me money. Oh. See, they gave me money, but that 10 naira I'll make from selling that little drawing gave me joy. That little construction that I would just do, put together envelopes and sell to my teachers.
Did you say you were from Newi, no?
No. From Abia State. But I don't know why some people think I'm from
Abia. Is it Ijebu?
No. I'm from Abia State. Yes. So maybe a lot of people say, maybe because I'm an Igbo girl, that's why you're into business and all that. But maybe it's true, maybe it's not true. But I just know that business has been inherent in me right from when I was a little child. So that, so coupled with the business angle, the strengths I have, my love for footwears,
and your love for money.
And my love for money. I can't hide it. All put together has made me a shoemaker today.
Shoe, that's interesting. And what kind of shoes do you make?
Okay, I make flat-soled shoes for men, mostly, and then for women. I make palm slippers and sandals. So, this is what I call Nneka. This is the Nneka slide. You know, Nneka is an Igbo word meaning mother is greater. Mother is greater. So, I give this footwear. I was inspired by one of my very wonderful mom in the making, and I got this footwear. So it's called Nneka Slide, and we have many more in my factory, you know. So I'm also looking to branch into making boots and you know, all those official, all these boots that the civil defense people use, the army people use, you know, all those boots, camp boots and all that. So, but basically I focus on flat-soled shoes like brogues, like drivers or loafers, as the case may be, monk straps, you know, Chelsea boots, and then I also do flat-soled slippers for men and women, and sandals for men and women.
Let me ask you, what did your family think about this, your idea of enterprise, going into the shoe business?
My family, okay, let me start from my dad. Very wonderful man, I would say. You know, I happen to be his first daughter. We are twins, you know. It's just like I said earlier, we are twins. You know, he always wanted me to be a medical doctor. You know, I'll get into the school, finish maybe after biochemistry, like I studied, further my studies into study medicine and all that. But as the case may be, after my 100 level, I discovered my passion for footwear making, and I told him about it, and he just needed to see the way. She said, "No, my first daughter cannot do this. She has to be a doctor, you know. How can you be this beautiful? You want to be a shoemaker?" He doesn't know, it's not possible. You know, he complained, and at first I behaved like I understood, but I honestly didn't understand what he was saying because I knew what I wanted. I went back again and requested to take the sewing machine that's in the house. And he sent me back. He said, no, she go back to school. He sent me to school and not to make shoes. So fast forward to today. My father is my highest marketer as I'm talking to you now. He has brought more than 50 businesses for me to, you know, do. And he's so proud now to introduce me to his friends as a shoemaker. Wow. Then for my mom has been supportive from the beginning, even though it didn't look like it from the beginning. But she was there, you know. Even when she felt I was not making the right decision, she was still there. And then she kept believing. My twin brother was always there to, you know, to market online for me. It was now more like a family business. I involved them in everything I was doing. If I'm cutting, everyone is cutting. You know, if I'm coupling, everyone was just there. You know, it was lovely from the beginning. And now my mom, what she calls me is entrepreneur, businesswoman, you know, shoemaker and all that. So it's been a very lovely journey, you know, family-wise. So at the beginning, it was not sweet, but now I think
they're believing in you.
Yes.
Yeah, that is great. That is great. So it's a business now. You have your shop, you have your shoes, you have your brand, and people are beginning to make orders so that you're very busy. Tell us a bit. But let's hear about how did you get there? The difficult. Before you go in that, we'll take a break and we'll be back.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for staying with us, and thank you for being with us and continuing to journey with us as we talk to this wonderful young lady sitting here with me. Jane, two things come out clear. Where you came from, how you started, the kind of family reaction and support that you got, but also the fact that it's now beginning to work. You know, it's a winning game. But tell us, how did you acquire the skills?
Okay.
Has it always been easygoing? You know, what were the challenges and so on that you had to deal with?
Okay, about the skill set. 2015, October to be very precise, I just came back home from school. After the 111th semester was over, I came back home, you know, for the holiday. And I was just walking by, you know, my street, and I saw this shop, or this shoemaking kiosk, because it's not a shop, a proper shop. And I saw some beautiful designs there. I had to walk in there, and I started asking some questions. And even when I moved, you know, away from asking asking about the price, and I started asking about how he produced them and where he got the materials from. I was so intrigued by the whole thing, and being an inquisitive person that I am, I wanted to know everything that day. And then the man moved, you know, further to ask if I wanted to learn. It then dawned on me that I could actually learn how to do this. Yeah, even though I had passion for for entrepreneurship and for business, and even though I loved shoes, I could actually learn how to do this and do it myself. Yourself. Yes, yeah. I was already thinking about the business side to it immediately. You know. And I said, yes, I want to learn how to make these footwears. And he laughed. I said, no, the boy is too much. You will not be able to do this. And I saw it as a challenge. And I told him that I was going to come back with my mom. So I took his phone number and left. I came back the next day. You know, first of all, I went back home and I told my mom. My mom was like, shoemaking. Shoemaking. How? I said, Mommy, don't worry, I'm going to pay for this. I had some spare 20K or 25K. I was thinking of what shoes I'm going to do within that period. I wanted to learn how to drive car very, very well, because I wanted to drive my mom's car up and down. But when I saw that thing, I felt that it was worth the money. So my mom reluctantly followed me with her friend, and we went there the next day. She saw the place, and she wasn't very satisfied, but I convinced her. You know, I was just pushing.
With your enthusiasm and your drive.
Honestly, I didn't know what I wanted to use that knowledge of shoemaking to do. Like, I didn't really want to. I just wanted to know how to do it. And
it struck a chord. Something in it resonated with you.
Exactly. And like, just like a joke, we paid, and I started the next day. And that man really drilled me. His name is Y2K. He said, I don't know. Don't ask me the reason. Because he said Y2K. He said, year 2000. So 2K is 2000. Year 2000. That was when he started the business. So we call him Y2K. The man, I was his only apprentice at that time. It was not funny. The man didn't even look at the fact that I was a girl. If you look at the fact that I was an achepo, if you look at the fact that I was just starting, he drilled me for 1 week and I fell sick. It was not funny, but
it was hard work,
yes. So oh my God! But at the end of the day, I learned from him for 5 weeks, and I had to go back to school. But what I learned within that 5 weeks was enough to take me through for a long time. I went back to school and I discovered another shoemaking shop that just opposite my school gates, and I started going there anytime I was free. You know, little by little, the guy was putting me through. I was helping him to do his own work, so I didn't pay him. I was just helping him to do his own work, and he was teaching me, you know. So we were helping each other. Yes.
Of actually how the shoes are put together.
And then, of course, I was gaining some other knowledge from YouTube, you know, from social media in general. So that's the beginning. That's the beginning of my journey of learning this process of turning it into a business. So my learning process was between 2015 to 2017. You know, I was learning it in bits because of school.
Jenny, it's been wonderful listening to you. Before I let you go, I'm still going to ask you, please tell us a little bit more. I mean, because as I look at it, I think it's an amazing opportunity. Yeah? What did it take to structure your business? What is the demand like? What are the things that are helping you produce to respond to the demand? I could go on asking so many questions, but tell us a little bit more so that others out there could see whether perhaps this is an area where they could also venture into.
Okay.
And also, as you're discussing that, talk about the investment opportunities. What is this? What do you think? What would you say to people out there?
Okay, thank you. First of all, I would like to, to talk about how importantly conversations for change has, impacted in my business managerial skills. From C4C, I got the opportunity to intern with the almighty butter industry for 2 months. Man, it was a wonderful experience. Yes, I must say, very wonderful. I saw wonderful equipment. I saw how 500 to 1,000 projects could be produced in one day. It was a very wonderful experience, and it widened my horizon. Before now, I didn't know how to get my bits together, to form a standard business. But through the knowledge I have gotten from conversations for change, I've been able to gather my bits together. I've been able to have a very strong managerial skill. And also, when we talk about the human resource angle, I've been able to know how to selectively pick the people that I know that I could work with, either as apprentices or as workers, to make sure that everything will come together to form the kind of footwears I have in mind to give my customers to wear. I have currently 8 apprentices, both male and female, of course, not only women, even men. Yes. So I have about 2 females and 6 males. Yes. And among the males, I even have a little boy, a 10-year-old boy. Yes. And now, even my workers, I have 2 workers working for me. The one currently is with me all the time, and then one is the contract staff. So all put together, I have like 10 people under my supervision and under my care when it comes to business. The demand for footwears have really increased because, when we started, it wasn't like this. But when we started reeling out the products that we have, we really made a lot of noise on social media, trying to see how we could increase our sales and increase patronage. So we make lots of footwears and we send them to different states in the country. So we're not limited to FCT Abuja. Anywhere you are in this country, and of course with time outside the country, we send your footwears to wherever you are. So you just place your order.
Is it expensive to send it to them?
No. We don't add extra cost for sending. We work with some logistics company and we use the exact retail price. So we don't add an extra fee. Sorry. So talking about the business in general, like the patronage, it has really increased. And I would say that about 60% of my patronizers are middle-aged men, married, probably, that have a family, because they would like to.
You keep the single ones away, eh?
No, that's 60%. 60% more are married men that want to produce for themselves, their wives and their kids, for their family members as a whole. About 20% of them are the single ones, the young boys and the young girls, you know. The rest of the 20% are should I say, the people that are no longer so young. I don't want to say they're old, but they're not so young anymore, you know. So, but in general, 80% of my patronizers are men, while 20% are women.
Oh, really?
And in this 20%,
why do you think so?
And in 20%, 10% of them produce for their husbands or their male better halves, I don't know. Then the remaining 10% produce for themselves. The reason why I said so is because I'm a woman, so I'm saying it. Women don't like to patronize handmade footwear as much as men do. They like to buy 5 footwears at 1,000 naira. We'll buy 5,000. Than for them to actually bring out some good money to purchase good quality products. Although it's not for every woman, though, but that's just the general idea. Talking about investors and investments as a whole, my business is still very young, is growing even more than I could ever imagine, and is very much open for investors, for partners, for people who feel that they could make a ton of money out of this. Yes, I'm saying this boldly because this is a very lucrative business. I could have bolted out before now if it was not, because I said earlier I like money and I like to work for my money. So if this business was not lucrative enough to keep me here up to now, this is my 5th year in this business, I would have bolted out maybe a long time ago. So it's open for people who feel that they could invest in shoemaking business, in footwear production business. It's very lucrative. We can use this money to get lots of equipment that will ease the production and also make the production process to be faster and to also get to people more than what it is right now. So it's very much open for investments.
Yeah, she's telling you loud and clear.
Yes.
She's open to people investing and sharing the profits.
Yes.
And indeed creating jobs and work for so many other people out there.
Yes, ma'am.
Great. We really, really wish you well in that. What would you say to many of the young people out there? What would you...
My fellow young ladies and men, I would really like to say this, right from my heart. I would say that you should just keep pushing. Don't allow the obstacles of life surrounding you to weigh you down, because they will surely come. Those obstacles will surely come. A lot of people around you might not see what you're saying to them. They might not see that thing that you're trying to paint for them to see. But once you're very sure that you know where you're going to, once you're very sure that your eyes are focused on that particular thing you want to achieve, my dear friends, my dear young people, please don't lose focus. Just keep going. With time, everyone around you will understand. Everyone around you will, in turn put their hands together to make sure that place you're going to, you get there faster. But the important thing is that at the beginning, it might not be easy. It wasn't easy for me, and I'm telling you that it wasn't easy for me. But with persistence, or with perseverance, with patience, and with focus, you'll get there. You will surely get there. It's just a matter of time.
I love that. You will get there. I love the confidence. You will surely get there. I'm inspired. I'm sure many of you out there are also inspired. Jane, it's been a real pleasure to talk to you, to hear your enthusiasm, to almost physically feel your confidence. And we wish you the very best as you continue on this trail. Never give up. We know you won't. And we're looking forward to your creating jobs for many other people, young people out there.
Thank you, Ma.
It's been a pleasure. I hope you've enjoyed the journey on this particular episode. We can all make it together if we, like Jane, follow our passion and are ready to work and make our dreams come true. I thank you once again for being with us on this exciting journey. And please do be with us again next week as we bring you another inspiring young person. Thank you and goodbye.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
WAEC is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never heard what it was CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
We are local.
International communities observing
Why the main market is in chaos. People are
We are national.
Welcome to Signature Morning on Signature TV. Thank you so much for joining us. Good morning to you. Hope you're ready to start the day. Today is Wednesday, the 24th day of June 2026. And joining us this morning is a very good way to start your day, as of course, we'll have our newspaper headlines and review as well as our conversations ready for you today. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha. Let's take a break, and when we come back, we'll kick it off with our newspaper headlines and review. Welcome back. Now, starting off strong with the Nigerian Tribune. It says on page 3, road getting clear for state police. Tinubu sends executive version of bill to Senate, wants speedy action. Upper Chamber debates bill today. IGP bans police officers from TikTok, Facebook, others. Police intercept 8,000 military camouflage, uniforms, illicit drugs in Lagos. Debunk reported relocation of 47 kidnapped Orire students, teachers to Kaduna. U.S. names Nigerian bureau de change in ISIS financing. Oyo declares 16-hour curfew in 10 LGAs. Affects all LGAs bordering Old Oyo National Park. Page 12, it says INEC presents Oyebanji Deputy Certificate of Return. Governor promises greater service to Ekiti people. And a study on health says that excess body weight raises risk for 19 cancers worldwide. Now to the Vanguard newspaper. Global anti-terror action. U.S. cracks down on Lagos-based ISIS financier, BDC operator. Bureau de change operator listed with address in Agege, Lagos State and Kano, linked directly to ISIS West Africa. Action taken under U.S. executive order. 3,224 targeting networks in France, Turkey, Syria, Nigeria. Page 26, school abduction. Makinde imposes 16-hour curfew in 10 Oyo LGAs over security concerns. On page 9, local petrol production hits 48 million litres, says FG. Says petrol import bill drops from 2.3 trillion naira to under 90 billion naira. Above the mast, hardship, civil servants demand 400% wage increase. Lagos explosion. Police dispatch particles to Abuja for forensic analysis. And Tinubu writes Senate seeks constitutional backing for state police. To the Punch newspaper, it says state police, Senate votes today as Tinubu transmits bill to National Assembly. Ex-security chiefs split over expanded powers for governors. Senate set for historic vote as Akpabio rallies lawmakers. President sends constitution alteration bill seeking creation of state police. Beside the mast, Nadeko rejects Abdul Salami's claim on Abiola military rule. OOUTH paralyzed as doctors strike over unpaid allowances. A report says Nigeria spends 5 times more on debt than health education. Police intercept 47 sacks of military uniforms in Lagos. And US blacklists Nigerian firms over ISIS funding. Now let's look at the Guardian newspaper. Obi, Serap, Gani Adams, Ejimako fault Showore's detention in prison. LASG partners firm on 6,000 megawatts power supply target. El Rufai to file no case submission as DSS closes alleged wiretapping suit. Edo monarch orders native doctors, water priestesses, others to curse kidnappers. NDC emerges main opposition in Edo as APC PDP lawmakers defect. On news page 6, State Police Akpabio pledges swift passage as Senate reviews Constitution. US sanctions expose terror financing amid growing security threats. Looking at the Daily Trust newspaper. The Daily Trust, after 126 days in custody, El Rufai's case adjourned till September. Fulani leaders in Oyo decry Igbo's ultimatum. 5.19 trillion naira outside banks despite cashless policy. US sanctions Nigerian BDC operator firms linked to ISIS financing. And now to the Nation newspaper. The major headline on the Nation is on state police, senators decide today. Reps plan first line funding for security. And that covers what we have on the headlines on our newspapers this morning. And it's time for the review with our very own Chris Maduka. Good morning, Chris.
Good morning, Uche. And good morning, my dear people of the world. And from any part of the world you have joined, we say welcome to this our morning, ginger, morning energizer of Signature Review on Signature TV, Signature Morning. Welcome.
Okay. Now we see that State Police, Nigerian Tribune says road getting clear for State Police. Tinubu sends executive version of bill to Senate and wants speedy action, and the upper chamber is to debate the bill today.
It's good news. You know our stand on State Police since the first day it was muted in Nigeria. We were even surprised that the Nigerian establishment, the judiciary, the National Assembly has, just starting what they should have done last year today. It's still good news. Like my father told me, and like a popular Igbo proverb says, if it begins today to be okay, it's still okay, it's still time. So no time is late to start State Police. But I think a lot of things has made it very clear that Nigeria needs State Police to assist, to beef up whatever is left of the Federal Police. The Federal Police is overwhelmed. Even when Nigerian Army seem to be overwhelmed, Nigerian Air Force, all of Navy, everything, DSS, all the security agencies, and the paramilitary are now, if we have State Police, because the major menace we have now about insecurity is internal, is a cankerworm. If they call it hookworm, that hooked on there. So it's only person who is inside the intestine of any animal or human or mammal that has the cankerworm or hookworm that can really go there to pick it. You cannot give what you do not have. And since we find that within the whole facade of insecurity in Nigeria, banditry, terrorism, kidnap, so many issues that are surrounding that, we find out that the rat inside the house has always been fingers as the one who tells the rat in the bush there's meat in the hung over the fire by the mommy's kitchen. So in state police, which dovetails into community policing so well, these local vigilantes, some of them are even acting as state police already. So we have everything it requires, both the context, the situation, the environment, everything has made it possible and made it very clear that Nigeria needs state police now. So I wish the National Assembly that they will debate quickly over it, pass the bill, since the presidency has shown very clear leadership in this. The presidency has thrown the punch and opened their hands to show that they are not holding stone when it comes to state police. So the ball is now in the court. The ball is now in the court of National Assembly. Of course, I think Federal House of Reps have even done theirs a long time. It's only the Senate that's left. So we're expecting our distinguished senators to do their best today also to push the envelope of state police. And in fact, we should have had state police last year.
All right, now another major headline is this issue of security and anti-terror action. So US cracks down on Lagos-based ISIS financier, a bureau de change operator listed with address in Agege, Lagos, and also in Kano, linked directly to funding ISIS networks.
This is a shame, another shame on Nigeria. When we have DSS who are moving around pushing Sowore in and out of court and all that, and he has to take US to come. After so many muffling of, we have the financiers, is to name them that is left. We know their names. We know where they are. We know even the terrorists where they are. We have every but all those talks, now US has come again of Toknadu kind of action. So you know, put shame that we have been talking about terrorism in Nigeria without decisive action to really pin it down and begin to take action. We were fighting the land army while the major generals are just coasting safely among us. And they are among the very important personalities. The way the central bank has the registered and the registered bureau de change is no more business of the malams in the street. It's now almost like a full-fledged financial organizations registered to function. So you can imagine. And they have to find a very comfortable environment with bureau de change where foreign exchange takes, bring it in, throw it in, the land army will go and collect the exchange, and then beyond the finance, the porousness of our borders. Look at the catch of police army camouflage. And you can see various videos of large movement of bullets and guns across Nigeria. We have police. In fact, if I use my state, Anambra, as an example, we have more than, between Onitsha and Enugu, you have over 20 military checkpoints. Not to talk about the ad hoc police check, because you'll be riding on the road, you see police checkpoint, immediately you finish checking, you look back, you don't see them again, you will start wondering whether they're invisible. Before you move another 5 minutes, you see another one appear. So if you check this, and this chunk of ammunition moving across Nigeria, you ask yourself, is it that one boy camera or the Agoba that is not sharp? I don't know. Nigerians, we are digging grave, a collective grave for corporate burial. And we think we are being sharp. It still boils down to leadership. If examples have been shown, catch one person, treat the person with that emotionless, without emotion and sentiment, let the law come down, the hammer of law come down on people who offended. It will lessen. Not that it will stop entirely, because some die-hard people who have sold their mind, their heart to the devil, will still be perpetuating evil. But we find out that the way we handle, punishment of offenders in Nigeria, if it's not linked to family, it's linked to tribe. If it's not linked to tribe, it's linked to ethnicity. If not, it's linked to politics. If not politics, it's linked to religion. When are we going to come out as a country? We are not at home. And look at how we have bred monster that is eating up ordinary Nigerians, mostly because they are susceptible, they are open, they are vulnerable. But it's gradually, whenever I find the opportunity of eating the big ones, it chops. So the sooner we think about it, the better. It takes the US to really identify a sponsor of terror and banditry in Nigeria, point out, name them, even point the address, and we have this retinue of security forces in Nigeria. Another score against Nigeria has been recorded, and we think we are moving around the sovereign nation. The fight of unequals, once aka you can't measure. If you are not equal to somebody, you better give it to them. Say higher US. It's not that they will use it to bully anybody. But when it comes to this issue, we are not up to this. We could have been if we want to, but because of so much sentiment, corruption, greed, and so many red tapes, we keep digging grave that will swallow everybody. Don't we have... What has happened to the mind of Nigerians? What has happened to our humanity? We are not measuring up. The world is ashamed of us. Nigeria, because of our resources, the whole world is jealous of us. They are even kindling ambers of the stability to finish Nigeria. Nigerians themselves are bathing themselves with fuel. How can you decide that? Go ahead, Uche. Don't know.
Okay, so still on the Oyo school abductions, Makinde has now imposed a 16-hour curfew in 10 Oyo local governments over the security concerns. And an Edo monarch is calling on all the native doctors and water priestesses to curse kidnappers.
Like you said, it was one of the weekends. I think I was here with Chris Lere. We are talking about it. He said the monarchs in Oyo State did it. Now the premier monarch in Edo has summoned all of them. 2 days ago he summoned them, but now the outcome of the meeting has been revealed that what he's calling them is for use everything you have to fight this menace. It has gotten to that. If Christians, when things happen, they pray, and if Muslims go to pray, then other people who practice African traditional religion can also pray in their own manner against this evil. I tell you, Uche, like my father said, he said, if you have to use both the gun that has bullet and the one that doesn't have bullet, use them together to retrieve a prisoner of war held by the enemies. Use both juju, voodoo, guns, ammunition, prayers, anything, wisdom, creative, everything Nigeria can muster now is needed to fight this monster. Nigeria is not at home when it comes to insecurity. It's eating Nigeria up. There's no need to pretend again. So I support the monarch of Edo State, of course, the Oba Apolopolo, Uku Apolopolo, the Omonoba of Benin, that revered throne that has not been polluted over time. If we summon them, and then let's also try everything we can try to fight, because if every other thing we think is logical has failed us, why won't you go back to think about other things that can? So let the church pray, let the traditional African religions pray, and use their own, whatever they do, however they do it. Let the Muslims pray, the good Muslims that we know still exist in large number in Nigeria. Let everybody, let other exotic religion, let's put all our faith together. If it's one God, that created this world that still created Nigeria and created us and given us different faiths. Let's call upon him at this time. I'm sure if we call with sincerity and with clean heart, God will answer.
All right, now OOUTH is paralyzed as doctors strike over unpaid allowances, and a report has come out saying that Nigeria spends 5 times more on debt than on health care and education.
Of course. It's very clear. If 10 is not at home, if 10 enter, it will disappear. Nigeria borrowed themselves out, and they know who goes so. Whoever goes are borrowing, goes are sorrowing. You have to pay what you owe. Only you go no chog. If a borrower, after everything, you must pay what you owe. But the funniest thing and the wickedest thing that is Shylock in nature is the international lending organizations with this as debt servicing. It's not that they say, I borrow you 10 naira, pay me back in 1 year. When you want to pay 20, put extra 20 on top. It's not enough that I borrow you 20 naira for 10 years, every year. I will bring out money to service. How can is that to service? Is he a service apartment? Does he have so? But you know, you don't tell anybody how to eat his own thing. The borrower, he who is pays the piper, dictate the tune. So stop borrowing and stop taking the condition of servicing because it's killing. Out of all that is left of Nigeria oil resources, if we remove the one we have stolen to sell, the one that the one that saboteurs, that the pipeline vandalism and all, they were lost, the one that is spilling over, the destroying Delta State, Niger Delta, whatever is little left we sell, we come in, we use it to service them because we have overborrowed. How can you say that what is your worth is 10 naira, but you are in a debt of trillions? And they say you'll be servicing. So what happens? 50 generation of Nigerian children yet unborn are going to be paying debt. And our leaders are not blinking about it. They believe it's here and now. Let me take my own portion of the flesh of Nigeria, eat it now, then die. Whatever comes later. And they are the ones who have money to maintain concubines, children married everywhere. Every country they touch their leg, they have children settled there with wives. I hear of one senator, popular senator, that they say he has over 50, 60 wives. He doesn't even know the number of his children. Because every country of the world, he has a wife there. He's a Nigerian senator. Whether he's still there or not, it's not a history. It's not an issue. But these are the big men who are spreading children like that. But they still keep, of course, that's why they steal as much as they steal to keep those ones comfortable while the rest of us can go to hell. And they collect the money to keep their dynasty working for life while the dynasty of the wretched of the earth keeps suffering. But God will punish them because it's in heartlessness and insensitivity. If you think that whatever is good is only for you, that is the highest level of selfishness, insensitivity, and wickedness. It is satanic. And whatever that made African leaders to be in that mess, I don't know whether they gave it to them to eat as food. Now their brain scattered because you don't find, they cannot put a system that will stop people from getting richer than a nation. In some African countries that are owing trillions of, some Nigerians are richer than Nigeria itself. The system allows it. The system in decent society doesn't allow individuals to get so rich that they can even buy Pope. Once somebody get that, there's nothing you can do to control him. That's why they can boast, tell you it's their time to do anything they want to do, then they do it. They can roll out anything, buy anybody, and woe betide you if you refuse their, because they give you a bribe you cannot refuse, but woe betide you if you have the moral conscience to refuse their bribe. That means you want to die. That is what Nigeria has made our system to be. If we stop people from getting this kind of rich, they will know that they get to a point, any money you are making is government money, they will stop. But here, limitless opportunity of collecting, and the banks are rich, declaring trillions of profit. Why the ordinary Nigerians cannot afford to eat up for a meal in a day? It is not a system we are building that we are sitting on a keg of gunpowder. One day it will explode. Hungry man is an angry man. No matter how we pretend, no matter the armory you build around yourself, no matter the wall and the prison, no matter house, you leave yourself vulnerable, because a criminal will always leave a trace. One day, I'm not a prophet of doom, but we cannot see what is happening and we keep building, thinking it will not. It will come back. Eat banana peel, put it inside the ocean, it will sink down, but within a few minutes, it will come up. That's how life is. So it's better that we begin to think about how to reflect. How can we begin to make this society a little comfortable for ordinary people? We can always have the rich. We can always have the poor. The Bible says the poor will always be with you. But the same Bible encourages even the rich how to deal with the poor. It is not by nothing allowing them to breathe. And when you allow them to breathe, you go to Senate chambers and say, the poor, we allow you to breathe. You start making mockery of them. That is not it.
Okay, Chris, I think we have covered up all our headlines.
I was waiting for you to tell me so, because I always know when I get to the limit, and so that we don't go beyond this. Thank you, Uche. Thank you, Signature TV. God bless you. God bless everyone. God bless the followers and people who watch and listen to Signature TV. And God bless you anywhere. For you who thinks well and you have the good-spirited people of the world who are always striving to make this world a better place. Let's join faith. God bless everybody. But we should note that God's blessing are meant for those who deserve to be blessed.
Of course. Thank you so much, Chris Maduka. And that is it for our newspaper headlines and review segment of the program. Remember, you can get the details of these headlines by picking up one of the dailies this morning. Do stay tuned, as we'll be back shortly.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Mornings on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens. One that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hops on E-Vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Welcome back. Coming up next is this interview on protecting children, women, and the vulnerable against abuses and violence in Nigeria. And this topic was discussed with Toyin Taiwo Ojo, a legal practitioner. Do take a look.
Laws surrounding vulnerable persons like women and children. But sadly, what we lack is enforcement. We lack the political will to enforce these laws. I will tell you for a fact that the eastern states, especially Abia, Rivers, they have laws protecting widows. But these are the places where you see widowhood.
So I can't even see the Zoom guest. I can't even hear.
You know, like the most.
Nothing.
How many people have been prosecuted under these laws? We see in Lagos State where we have a dedicated law for domestic violence. Apart from the violence against persons prohibition, but how many people have been prosecuted under these laws? It boils down to the fact that there is a lack of empathy. There is apathy towards these laws, and that is because our society still believes that women are properties. Our society still believes that women are chattels to be owned, and when you own something, nobody should question you on how you use your properties. That is the basics.
You can hear me. Are you still with us?
Yes, I can hear you now.
All right, we lost you for a moment there, so please, can you take it again?
Okay, so I was saying that there are beautiful laws in the country that protects women, but the truth of the matter is that there is a political, lack of political will to implement these laws. And that is because our society is patriarchal. Our society sees women as chattels, properties to be owned. And when you own a property, nobody should question you on how you use your property. So we need a reorientation of our values, of our customs and tradition as a people, so that people will know, our society will understand that women are not subhuman or second-class citizens. Women are human like any other gender, and they have these rights, and these rights should be protected.
All right. Now that you've spoken about women, let's talk more about the violence against women. And while we see, just like you mentioned, that the laws are not implemented, particularly because of the society we live in and how they view and perceive women as, we also see that many people who are victims or survivors of different forms of abuse and violence choose not to report their experiences or choose not to report their abuser. What factors would you say continue to discourage reporting amongst women who are victims of this issue?
Okay, thank you so much. I can grade this into many factors. One, psychological. Psychological in the extent that we have what we call trauma bonding. or Stockholm syndrome. And this is a psychological situation where a victim begins to develop a strange kind of affection for her abuser or his abuser. In this case, let's say her abuser, because we're talking about women and children. Now, when this situation occurs, the victim, the survivor, cannot differentiate between reality anymore and whatever she has built to, safeguard herself from as a buffer for this abuse. So when you say this kind of things, you begin to, when I see women who do not want to report because, of course, they may have developed this, what we call trauma bonding with their abuser. Now we have another factor, and that is the societal factor. The fact that where are they going to? Most of these women are not economically independent. And then if they leave, most times because we have created a society where wealth is gender dependent. We have created a society where a man is seen as the one with the economics. So when these women want to leave, remember that they may have children, a lot of children. They will think of where they are going to take those children to. Unfortunately, we do not have enough shelters in the country to protect these women. So they now choose between living on the streets or continuing the abuse in their own mind that, okay, if I stay here, at least my children will have a place to lay their heads. Now, another thing again you have to consider is when there is no family support system. That I cannot reiterate enough. You see, most of these women stay in abusive home because they go back to the home, even on their wedding day, their traditional marriage day. You will hear the family saying, as you are leaving, you have no place in this home again. So whatever you see in your husband's house, you will bear. So of course, most parents are saying it ignorantly, not because they hate their children, but because the society expects that the woman is married and she can never come home back to home to her parents. And in that mindset, they leave. And then when even eventually some of them come home, the family will tell them there is no place for you. And remember that most times our society favors the male gender as against the female gender. Asking when they now come home, they don't have even an inheritance, they don't have anything, they don't even have a room to themselves. So what would they do? They continue to stay with the abuser. Now, like I've also mentioned the economics. Finance is a major thing, and I always say that one of the ways to break the shackles of patriarchy, is for women to be economically independent. When a woman is economically independent, she makes choices. Yes, she may not always make the right choices, but at least economics is out of it, and that would help her to make, at least to a reasonable degree, a good choice for herself and for her children. Now, another factor we have to do is we have to reason again is the low self-esteem. Abuse has a way of, shattering people's self-esteem. And then these people begin to doubt themselves if they can even survive. Because sometimes it's not even just the physical abuse, it is even the psychological abuse. Who do you think would admire you? You think you are beautiful. You are not useless. You are stupid. And these women begin to internalize all these hateful comments. And before you know it, they just feel that, oh, I cannot exist without this person. So they are stuck in that abusive environment.
All right, now let's move to the children, because we are talking about children, women, and vulnerable groups. Now, looking at children as well, we find that a lot of incidents of abuse occur with children, particularly in their homes. Most of them are abused by their parents. Most of them are abused by their guardians or in schools, or just places and spaces that are supposed to protect them. Why, in your opinion, would you say that these safe spaces or supposed safe spaces are now increasingly becoming danger zones for children?
Thank you. For me, I feel that it still boils down to the lack of political will to implement our laws. You see, we will continue to have this pace of abuse against vulnerables and children. They will be continue to be targets of people's frustration. You know why? Because they know there are no consequences to whatever their actions are. You know, when parents know that, oh, I can discipline my children, but to a very minimal extent, because if I discipline my child to the extent it becomes an abuse, I can be arrested. You will see that more parents will be intentional about their parenting. More parents will become very conscious, about preventing the children from becoming deviants from childhood than waiting for the child to become grown-ups or older before they begin to, discipline them. Then we have these situations where we have the NAPTIP Act, that children cannot be trafficked. But how many, we still have the prevalence of children, being used for child labor, children being housemaids and houseboys. And until these laws are implemented, we will have guardians who see these children as soft targets, who see these children as outlet for their frustrations, and they will continue to target them because they say that they feel in their mind that they are doing this child a favor, and that is why they will continue to abuse these children. You see, when the home is no longer safe, when schools, when churches, when safe places are no longer safe, we should ask ourselves as a question as a society, because the society is only as good as the way it treats its vulnerables. These are issues that we need to address as a society. Why are we allowing abuse against the weak ones of our society to become prevalent? Why are we allowing it to become something that has become endemic and, of epidemic magnitude? Our children are not safe with us. They are not safe in churches. They are not safe in schools. They are not even safe, in the society, because they are targets, and that is because why we as a people, we have a culture of what I call a culture of violence.
Okay. Now, let's also look at the vulnerable groups, people living with disabilities. Now, most people don't even remember that people who live with disabilities, the elderly ones, and other vulnerable groups are also subject to forms of abuse and violence in Nigeria. So I'd also like you to speak on that as well, and violence and abuse as it pertains to people with disabilities and the elderly as well.
Thank you. You see, one thing I have said, like I said in my last response, I said that a society is as good as the way it treats its vulnerables. Now, we have a society that mocks disability, unfortunately. I do not know how we got to that point that I do not know how we got to the point where we begin to mock those who we feel are not as good as us. So, or those who we see are different from the regular people or regular persons we know. The elderly are those who, of course, from 60 years and above, those who, because of their age, they are infirm, they are not as strong as we are. I see sometimes they come in the streets and they begin to beg because, one, the children that they are hoping for to take care of them may not even have the wherewithal to take care of themselves, not to talk of taking care of the elderly ones. Remember, we had a society, a communalistic society, where children take care of their parents, during the agrarian periods where people had farms and. But now the situation is different. We have children going into the cities, to look for work, and the old ones are left at home, sometimes without a means of support to fend themselves. The truth of the matter is that until the government begins to understand that these vulnerable ones are part of the society, we have over 20 million people living with one form of disability in this country. That's a major chunk of our population. And until we begin to understand that these people are citizens of this country and they deserve a good life, we will continue to have this vicious circle of abuse against vulnerables. The government needs to build elderly people home. They need to make sure that tax that there is a creation of fund, that the tax we pay are applied to taking care of these vulnerable persons, people who cannot help themselves. So we, the people who are regular, who have the whole function of our bodies, we should be able to work to support these people. And until we understand that vulnerability is not something that people pray for, ask for, or that we understand that disability is not something that people actually look to getting, we will continue to have these issues. Remember that somebody today, you may be fully able-bodied today, but tomorrow, by a freak of accident, by sickness, by anything, you may become part of that population group. So how do you want to be treated? And that is what every politician, that is what every policy maker should have in the back of their mind, when treating issues like this.
At vulnerable groups, I mean, one would wonder, what about the men? Where do they come in? Is it that they are not also susceptible to violence and abuse? So I'd also like you to speak on that as well. When we talk about vulnerable groups, are we only looking at women, children, and disabled and elderly? Are there men that can also be classified as part of vulnerable groups?
Okay, thank you so much. So when we're talking about vulnerable groups, remember that it is gender neutral. We have people living with disabilities who are men. We have the elderly who are men. But when we now begin to think stricter sensu, what vulnerability means, we're not talking about able-bodied men. We're not saying that they are not susceptible to abuse. We have that small minority, that are also being abused, yes, by women. Very funny, but that's the truth, and that is what data supports. But when we say vulnerability, we are talking women, children, elderly, and people living with disabilities, because most of the societies we have, around the globe are patriarchal in nature. How can you say that you who have the power, you are part of the vulnerable persons? It is a negation, of ideology. You have power, you cannot also claim to be victim. But are they susceptible to abuse? Yes, they are susceptible to abuse. There are people among these gender groups who are also abused, and who the law also, thankfully, the Violence Against Persons Prohibition Act, was very gender neutral in its language and protects men, such as those.
Earlier, you mentioned the issue of cultural practices, particularly in this part of the world, in Nigeria, as being one of the factors that enable abuse and violence of vulnerable groups. Looking at our worldview, even how we see discipline. You also spoke about discipline and how parents should discipline their children. But we all find that most of these things are rooted in cultural and traditional beliefs of how things should go, both in relation to women, children, and other vulnerable groups. Now, in your opinion, how should we as a society be able to navigate this this difference between trying to respect our culture and our traditions at its core, while also, protecting human rights and not overstepping the boundaries into what could be termed as violent acts towards another person?
Thank you. Beautifully, we have our constitution, and the opening paragraph of the Constitution says that any law that is inconsistent with the provisions of this of the Constitution, is to the extent of this inconsistency is null and void. The litmus test for any culture is it repugnant to natural justice? Now, is it fair? Is it justice? Is it something that any reasonable person will see and be like, oh no, this shouldn't be happening, Let me tell you, the truth is that until we understand that culture is nebulous, culture is dynamic, culture is fluid, we cannot continue to be stuck in the practices that was relevant in our great grandfather's time, but are no longer relevant now. One of the papers I have written, I presented a paper sometime at the CSW in 2022, and that was harmful widowhood practices against harmful traditional widowhood practices. Yeah, and I remember one of the things I said. I said, most of the times, these laws, we have to understand why this culture, why it came into existence. The culture of telling a woman not to go out, when her husband dies. It was supposed to protect the woman, because at that time, she is grieving. She is supposed to be with the support of her family. It was the time that family's friends bring food to her, for her and her children to eat. But as time goes on, we lost the essence of that culture. We lost the essence of that practice. And it became a time to punish women, a time to force women, to stay. Even the cutting of the hair, the scraping of the hair was not supposed to be something that was inimical to the woman. It was supposed to signify to anybody, because of course they didn't have ID cards. But it was supposed to be for the women. When a woman's head is shaving, it's for people who see the woman to see her, have a level of sympathy to her, that, oh, this woman has just lost her husband. We need to be more empathic. We need to be more, more considerate of her. But now it has become something that, has become harmful. Should we now say that we should continue such practices that are no longer relevant? We now have ID cards. We now have forms for people to fill and say, oh, state your marital status, and the widow can say, I'm a widow. We now have women who are working, who can provide for themselves, and they may not necessarily need to be confined to a secluded place. We now have, innovation, technologies to help people keep in contact with each other. Then do we now say that because our forefathers did it, we should continue to do it? It is not a culture that is set in stone. Everything is subject to change, and change for the better is always appealing, like a popular advert used to say back in those days.
So, in your opinion, what then is the way forward? What is the solution to this issue, particularly seeing that, just like you mentioned, we have these laws, but they are not implemented because of lack of political will and the society. So, at what point can we get to a solution to this issue and these rising incidences of abuse and violence against vulnerable people?
Yeah, so we will not stop sensitizing and advocating for these rights. We will not stop sensitizing and advocating for our government to become, to implement these laws that they have made. We will not stop advocating that government should be accountable for the powers we have given to them that they have failed to exercise. We will not stop advocating that men and women, begin to respect each other. We will not stop advocating that women, children, vulnerable persons, the people living with disabilities are a part of the society, and therefore their needs must be met. And that is why we say that people like us who have chosen to be in this space, we will not relent. And we need a reorientation. Our society, I don't know what the National Agency for Orientation is doing, but they need to do better. They need to sensitize our people. Women are not chattels. Children may be, your biological children, but they are citizens of this country and they have the rights, the same rights that you have. You cannot continue to harm and hurt children and say because they are children that they do not have rights. There is a child rights law in this country. We need to see that people are sensitized. A lot of people, times, these violences are even committed out of ignorance because they do not know better. I have seen a man who came to me and said that she never knew that asking a 16-year-old girl out was a crime. That he thought that when a girl is mature, a man can ask her out, and if she accepts, then they are good. That he never knew that until the girl is 18, that her consent is not valid. So these are the things we should continue to do. Sensitize our people. Make sure that they understand that ignorance of the law is no excuse. And with that, I am telling you, we will have that society, that bright future that we are all hoping for.
A very big thank you to you for joining us on the program this morning and for lending your voice to this particular conversation.
Thank you for having me.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens. One that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
I think it's a good step. Number one, the older people grow, the more experience they have. Am I right? And the more you dwell on a particular profession, the more expertise or skillful you become. So even 65 is okay, but if we can have people of 70 years that can still be brought back into service that are active, I think is a good one. Because abroad, they employ old people that are skillful and are specialized in some field. So 65 is nice. It could be better.
I don't see anything wrong about it because with my perception of that profession, doctor, I believe it's an experienced profession. Okay, so if I walk up to any of the hospital, could be private hospital, could be general hospital, and I felt the doctor attending to me is of age, I feel there should be an experience in him, okay, because it's something that he has done for several years, practiced for several years. With that, I'll be able to have confidence in them. Like now, I had a fracture on my leg, so when I walk up when I was amending my leg, and the younger doctor were coming around, but I wasn't having the confidence. But when the surgeon came in, I saw it's an elderly. I said, oh, for such an elderly person to be in this field, we operate my leg with, experience. And I had a very good confidence about that. So I think that is a good one.
It's a good idea because based on the unemployment I have, we have more youth that finishing their NYSC, there's no job, lack of employment, and the rest of it. If they increase the doctors, I am not going against it fully, but the thing is they need to look at the other generation that is coming. So if they increase their retirement age, what provision the government made for the upcoming doctor that is coming? So is there any job for them and all this we need to look at it.
Nice indeed. Nice. Because one of these days I saw something in YouTube. A doctor wants to undergo some operation like that, and he was watching a YouTube tutorial before he undergo that kind of a thing. There are quite those of these days. But if we can use that old brain, and if they have that that old knowledge that they can treat and get it right. I think it's better. It's better like that. I like it that way. You get me right? Yeah, it's okay. I'm in support in that. Very, very support. I have that full confidence that these old men will do better than the younger ones because they are no longer studying. How can you go on YouTube before you undergo a process like that? So I'm in support of that.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Now, the credibility of the judiciary, which is an institution that Nigerians turn to when every other institution fails, has recently been under question. And this morning, we're going to be unpacking the judicial system and the issues surrounding corrupt practices and bribery in the judicial system of government. We have on Zoom with us this morning Dr. Joachim Ezeji. He is a policy and sustainable development expert. You're welcome to the program, Dr. Ezeji. Good morning.
Good morning.
So let's start off with, the issue at hand, which is looking at the issue of bribery and corruption in the judicial system. In your opinion, would you say that the judges or the judiciary is the most corrupt system in the country at the moment? And why would you say that this sentiment has been on the rise in recent times?
In my own opinion, I will not say that. I won't say that the judiciary is the most corrupt. Because do you know the judiciary comprised of thousands of judges, magistrates, litigants, and of course you have other people that work in the court. So it will be very, very unfair of me to come here and label all of them as corrupt. I know that there have been issues of corruption, both allegations and confirmed cases in parts of the judiciary in the past. There may be ongoing, I think I'm also sure there are ongoing investigations currently, but those are not enough to call the whole institution, it's a mammoth institution, corrupt. Yeah, when you talk about, in every 12, there are likely to be a Judas. So there are issues of corruption the judiciary is dealing with. I know perception is everything. People will look at the judiciary and feel because things did not go the way they expected that they are corrupt. There have also been reports from even the NJC, National Judiciary Commission, and Transparency International, bordering of confirmed cases, disciplined judges, and all those, which also give strength to that accusation. So, but there are also people who are earning their pay diligently, who are really honest and doing their work. So we will not paint them with that dirty brush. So, and it's very problematic if this perception continues. So what we want is for the system to purge itself. Let something be done so that that perception can change. Thank you.
And does this also, moving away from corruption, does this opinion also apply to the issue of bribe taking? Because, looking at some of the reports that have said that, judges have the highest average value when it comes to bribe collection as well. So does this also apply to that, in your opinion?
See, when you talk about bribery, it can come in various shapes. Bribery is not just about money exchanging hands. It can also come in various forms. When you people are appointed to the bench without merit, people go to the bench without merit because of who they know. That can also be a bribery. Because when somebody goes to the bench without being qualified for it, or without being properly screened, and it's a merit process, passing through a merit process and becomes a judge, it's a problem, because it will demoralize others. And the legal profession is one where seniority matters. When you there's so much bureaucracy there. So when you come and elevate somebody who is much junior to a lot of people who are also doing well, who should get that position before the other person, it becomes the perception gets worse. So bribery now, recently the government of APC at the federal level is busy building lodges or houses with public money, with public funds for judges. So, some people have said that is bribery. I also think so that is bribery, because it's a way to soften ground. When certain matters come before these judges, they may be tempted to say, oh, this one has robbed our back, let's also rob it back. The federal government should have a policy of housing. I remember during Obasanjo's time, houses were sold to occupiers. They say occupier owns. So we thought that was the policy of the federal government. Suddenly you have a policy somersault. Government is coming back to build houses. And now building houses for them. These are judges that are being paid. What have we not done for judges in Nigeria? We have raised their retirement ages. We raised it, I think, up to 70 years now. We have increased their pay. And now we're building houses for them. If you rank importance and benefits of different professions to the growth of the country, would you honestly say that the judiciary plays the most important role? There are a lot of people in various areas who are also playing their own roles. So government is being unfair to these other people by concentrating on judges. What is the government policy on housing for public officers? Tomorrow the government will wake up now and say, we are building houses for members of the National Assembly. There was a time we were talking about monetization. You monetize these things. Why not wisely monetize these things than building houses, taking up spaces? Some of these people may not even need those houses. Some of them will go ahead to sell it. So why are you quickly overpopulating the city with bricks and mortar? You don't need to be building up everywhere. Every virgin land, we have this building for. Did you do a need assessment to ascertain that this is very critical? Judges can live anywhere. We say you want to isolate them. Now has it worked that you must isolate a judge for him to put in his best? You go and put them in an enclosure. That makes it the worst. And say this is an estate for judges. So these things, I don't think these are things that have been properly thought through. If you going to build houses for judges in Abuja, what of the judges in Kanu, the judges in Jos, the judges in Owerri, the judges in Port Harcourt, Yeregua, Calabar, just name it. So the thing is perplexing. We get policy somersaults in the country every time, and people claim it's part of the dividends of it's not the dividend of democracy. Dividend of democracy is not just bricks and mortar. The key dividend of democracy is for people to live in safety and be happy that they are living in their country. When people go to court, they will get justice. They should be able to get justice. And the cases are quickly dispensed on time, not to delay. You know, and we see certain orders that come from court cause more problem, more confusion.
Dr. Joachim, are you still here with us? Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
All right.
I can hear you.
Okay. Now, speaking on this issue of corruption, I mean, you know, some of these issues are being alleged to come from external pressures as opposed to personal desires of said judges. So to what extent do you think that most of this issue around corruption and bribery in the judicial system is influenced by external pressures as opposed to individual gain or greed or desire?
You see, it takes two to tango. And Nigerians have overwhelming way. An overwhelming way they do certain things. You know, if it takes two to tango, if a judge is incorruptible, I remember when we were in school, we read incorruptible judge. That may sound childish to what is happening now because the thing has quite gotten advanced. And that is why there should be, there have to be a more targeted and properly structured approach to tackling it where it exists. You know, litigants go through their lawyers. And most of these lawyers, unfortunately, are senior lawyers. So there should be, I know there are restraints that have been put in place to curb these things. But because Nigerians are very good in manipulating whatever obstacle you put there. Any legal obstacle you put there to stop those things. They always find a way to break through. So, if the punishment is made harsher, any lawyer that is found to be inducing a judge will be barred from ever practicing, in addition to going to prison. In addition to going to prison. And any judge that does that should not only be dismissed, but sent to prison. And then if you want to appoint judges, since Nigerians have failed, even our leaders have also failed in being non-partisan, in making such appointments, then we can use artificial intelligence. We use algorithms that are built in such a way that it is open. There's a time you open a window, people who are interested in going to the bench, whether as a magistrate or as a judge, will go there and register and enter their data. They enter it. The AI will select the best based on the number you want, and then you can call for their references. Remove all human input to the selection of judges. Use AI, because that is what Nigeria is, because everybody is so much interested. Their partisanship, because I do not even see the reason why somebody will be a governor, his wife will be a judge of the High Court or Court of Appeal. One thing you should give in, since a family, you have to, just like in the UN system, they're always interested to know, have you had somebody work here, father worked here, do you have any relations work? So the system guys should guide against that, because there's so much conflict of interest that is happening, and we pretend as if we don't know. But the thing is, part of the thing that is destroying our system. I remember a man who was in the Senate, I've forgotten the name, who was talking his colleagues and talking about his wife, who was also a federal, I think, Court of Appeal judge, for coming to him, and he was able to talk to the wife about those jobs. That man should have gone to prison. And the wife should have been investigated. But it appears the higher people go in the society, the more they get immune to being investigated or being punished. All these people doing this are destroying Nigeria. Not people say Nigeria will die. Nigeria will eventually die completely, and won't have any other country, because there are safeguards that have been put in place, both by the Constitution and by the system itself. And then people are fronting these checks and getting away with it. So it's a big problem, and inducement comes from your husband, from your friends, from your alma mater, from schoolmates, from friends, all of them, even from your boyfriend, because some of them also have boyfriends. So it becomes a problem. And then people are doing the wrong thing and are being paid for it, and they are destroying the system, and they are getting away with it. The country should be able to purge itself, or the country will risk a total collapse. How does the country collapse? When your systems are no longer reliable, when your systems cannot deliver fairness and justice. The other day we had how a justice in Abuja went ahead to deregister parties, about 5 parties, when there is already an order from a higher court asking it not to, until he finishes looking at the matter. He went ahead. And up to now, we have not heard anything from the authorities on what happened to that judge. That judge should be dismissed immediately. You don't tolerate all those things. Don't tolerate all those things, because they are destroying the system. And you can't expect me to be patriotic to a country where the system is rigged. Things do not go around fairly. Then asking me to be patriotic to such a country is like when you have people on a queue. Some people, that queue is not moving. The people are getting things at the end of the queue. People are going. Some people who are privileged go and get something from the other end of the queue. And they still ask me to remain at the queue. That is what is happening. And people are pretending they do not know. And it did not start today. It did not start today. I know there are honorable and distinguished people on the bench who are doing, but those people have been overwhelmed by the rotten eggs. They are rotten eggs. I was careful not to classify the judiciary as corrupt. And I said there is a perception of corruption, but there are also established cases of corruption. But that's not enough to paint the whole house black. But we're talking about those people who have remained recalcitrant. We keep doing the same thing, and we keep tolerating them. When something is not pleaded for, and a ruling and order comes, and what was not pleaded will be part of it. It happened at the Supreme Court recently in the Rivers case, and then it happened again in PDP. Up to now, nothing has happened. Those people are allowed to remain there. Nigeria does not have to build a country. Nigeria
Right, and you mentioned,
is dying
while
gradually.
speaking, you mentioned the issue of appointments and how that could also create room for incentives and issues around bribery and corruption. Now, seeing the kind of system we already run here, seeing that the executive arm is kind of influences the judiciary in terms of appointments, salaries, funding, and all of that. Do you think that the judiciary as it stands now can fully extricate itself from this perception of corruption and this issue of dependence of judiciary?
Now, when we say there are three arms of government, you have the executive, you have the legislature, you have the judiciary. Don't you see the way the American system works? Nigeria was quick to copy American presidential system of government. But the checks and balances that applies to the American system, here Nigeria brushes it aside. The executive is so powerful that the executive have now collapsed the legislature. The executive has now almost collapsed the judiciary. The executive will want to get everything at once. And then we'll have a judiciary that is no longer daring, that is afraid to confront, seemingly afraid to confront the executive because of these things you talked about. But it shouldn't be. The judiciary should be able to look the executive in the face and insist on what is the rule, what is constitutional. But because they're always looking for one favor or the other, somebody wants to be released from the High Court to the Court of Appeal. So he will sheepishly do whatever is requested from him. So you get elevated, what happens? You go there, it continues. Even when you get to the Supreme Court, what happens? We forget that when we operate in the temple of justice, we are not infallible. But there is a God who rules on the affairs of men. When people come to court, they are given the Bible, they have to swear oath. I'm saying the truth. If people who come before you as well oath, what stops you from doing justice to a manner of men? Look at the law and interpret the law the way it is. You think you are above that oath? You sabotage the system because you're expecting a benefit in this world that you don't even know how long you are going to live. You can be elevated the next day you die. So it's our conscience, our morality that should guide whatever we do. So this is the message I'm giving to those who behave in that manner. This is a position of trust. You put in the judiciary, then I have an issue, we bring it before you voluntarily. And then you decide to take bribe or to treat it the way you want because they are looking for something or because you want to please people who brought you to the bench. See, let me tell you, you do not lose anything. You only look up to your God. No man will determine your fate. If you rise, you rise. And that is why I keep insisting, the time has come, since everybody appears to be compromised in the system, let's be using artificial intelligence to determine who rises and who rises in the judiciary and who goes to the bench in the first place. It's doable.
So what about this issue of conflicting judgments in cases? Because you also mentioned that in passing while you were speaking earlier about how a court gave an order and while another court had given an order, previously. So seeing that, and this is not the first time, there have also been other issues around conflicting judgments in different courts. How do you think that also places the Nigerian judiciary at a disadvantaged position, particularly when trying to tackle this issue of corruption?
The system has mechanisms of self-purging, to purge itself. So that is there, and the system has a way of cleansing that. Conflicting judgments, the thing that is required is that let's have a quick response by the higher courts to say no, this is how it should go, not the other one way. Because when we had the PDP debacle, there were forum shopping, looking for a favorable judge by one party for the other, and then there are a lot of conflicting judgments. Even what happened in Port Harcourt between the people in the State House of Assembly and the governor is a shame. And it will haunt all those people who were on the wrong side. All those people who were on the wrong side, who manipulated justice to get to a determined end. Both those at the bench and the litigant that came before them. Injustice is a sin. Injustice is injustice, no matter who does it. So when you have conflicting judgment, you find out whether it was deliberate. If it was deliberate, you deal and punish with those who are responsible for it. And if it's an honest mistake, it should be put down immediately and let the correct position be there. You have a lot of the next generation of Nigerians, a lot of young lawyers who are out there coming up, and they are seeing all this confusion happening. We seem to be in a mad race for the millionaire club. Almost everybody wants to be a millionaire so that you can access overseas education for your children. You can build mansions in Abuja, in your village, in anywhere you want. You can travel on vacation. That is what is pushing this mad race for cash, for money. Things that you did not come into this world with. And you will leave this world without one. It's troubling. It's very troubling. I have a lot of respect for people who are men or women of integrity. People you can trust their words. But now people are only responsible with their dressing. People dress very well. They look good. But behind that hood, what they're wearing is criminality. What they be criminals. You will see a governor is the high office is occupied. The only thing good about him is his dressing. The only thing good about him is he looks good, right? But the character is not there. Most of them don't even live up to the office they occupy. And that applies to the judges. How can the country grow? How can the country excel? How can the country do well?
So would you say that the NJC has been effective when it comes to policing the judiciary and controlling some of these excesses?
When you talk about the NJC, I don't even want to go there. The NJC have not been effective. I have to be categorical in that. Because the same machinations, the human manipulations that happen in appointments also manifest itself in the NJC. When Justice Onahe was removed illegally, was the NJC not there? What did they do? A lot of cases came before the NJC, and if there is any political interest in that matter, it will die. So the NJC has to buckle up and dispense justice in a manner that it becomes convincing to everybody. Everybody will be convinced that justice has been meted out properly. NJC should not delay in punishing judges who manifestly does illegal things. Judges who attended with corruption should be shown the way out. Somebody was asking me, why are Nigerians always criticizing their government? Why don't Nigerians like their government? How can they, when people in government continues to behave in a way that is irresponsible? You are not even sensitive to public opinion. You think public opinion doesn't matter. You keep, because you control the funds, you control the army, you control this, you control that. If somebody says what is that, you go and carry him and lock him up. If he doesn't have anybody to worry, he will remain there in perpetuity. So these are things that you will have to look into to build a better nation. A better nation.
So far, what would you say are the consequences of the actions of the judiciary so far, particularly on the democratic system of Nigeria, and also, just like you mentioned, public opinion or public perception?
When we talk about democracy and the judiciary already has his hands in the democracy, and it's unfortunate that everybody, I won't blame Nigerians who go to court. Those who go to court genuinely, but those people who go to court out of mischief should be adequately punished, so that before somebody goes to court to make some noise, he will be sure that he has a case that is genuine and born out of sincere experience. Not people going to court to frustrate others. We see a lot of that, and the judiciary should not be part of it. The judiciary should have a reputation going forward. Nigerian judiciary should to harness a reputation of being fair, just, and predictable based on the legacy of past experiences. But when that is not the case, somebody rules in a manner that confounds everybody. Everybody's confused. Why is he giving this ruling? Giving room for something bad to happen in between before you get the appeal to quash it. It becomes a problem. This country can exist well and grow well if both the leaders and the followers are working in tandem. They're happy to follow you. We have nothing to do with party. It has nothing to do with party. Because if we continue to balkanize this country, we balkanize it on tribal lines, we balkanize it on stillness, then we now balkanize it on religious lines, and other small partitions here and there. The country cannot excel. We should allow, when you go to court, you should get justice whether you are APC or PDP. PC should stop playing politics with the courts. Don't use the courts to stifle the opposition. The court should remove himself from that. When such cases, be harsh on such cases and throw them out, so that they won't come back. Now when cases come, you entertain it. And the other one is status quo ante-bellum, or what do you call that? You know, use it to cause some friction and some delay in the system, then it will later quash. But I thank the Court of Appeal, people who were there, who quashed it. I also thank the Court of Appeal for the promptness in restoring the 5 parties that an illegal order was used to deregister. That's the kind of things we want. People will be happy. I was so elated when that happened. Do not give room to things that destabilize the country because of our selfish interests. I want to go to the Court of Appeal. I want to go on the Supreme Court. I want to be on the good books of the Attorney General. I want to be on the good books of the governor, the president. You don't need those things. Your God has already elevated you, put you in a vantage position to help you this country in a sustainable manner. So don't abuse it.
All right, Dr. Joachim Ezeji, thank you so much for joining us on the program this morning and for sharing your thoughts on the Nigerian judiciary. It's a pleasure to have you.
You?
Dr. Joachim Ezeji is a policy and sustainable development expert, and we just spoke about the Nigerian judiciary and the issues around bribery and corruption. Do stay tuned, as Signature Morning will be back after now.
We are local.
International communities observing
Why the main market is in chaos? People
We are national.
in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye. We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Before one is made a Chief Justice of the Federation, the appointment has to be sanctioned by the National Judicial Council. And for that to be done, the person has to be deemed to be qualified to occupy that position. For instance, there is a particular number of years because in as much as it is conventional for the Chief Justice of the Federation to be appointed from the 7 Justices of the Supreme Court, there is no law that also prohibits the president from even going outside the confines of the Justice of the Supreme Court to appoint a practicing lawyer. For instance, a practicing lawyer who has practiced law for at least up to 10 years in the country is also qualified to be a judge, in which case the president can go outside the shores of the already existing Justice of the Supreme Court to appoint. So if, for instance, the person you are trying to put forward is not qualified constitutionally to occupy that particular position, then that would be a ground upon which the Senate will say no, that you have forwarded this person's name for us to give our stamp of approval, but we will not do that. Secondly, prima facie, the candidate may be qualified, but there may be an allegation, a very fundamental allegation against that person. Let's say allegation bordering on corruption. If prima facie the allegation is weighty, then the Senate may say that based on public policy, that if you have the right to, to put forward the name or names of candidates, as the case may be, who you want to occupy this particular position, that this particular individual whose name you have forwarded to us, that there are fundamental challenges that has bedeviled his candidacy based on so and so reports, let's say security reports, if there is a very, not just flimsy, if there is a very cogent security report against the person sought to be made the Chief Justice of the Federation, based on that security report, the Senate can say, based on national interest, that we will not be given our approval, in as much as the president is given that powers to appoint whoever he wants to, subject to the fact that that appointment must be done in line with the Constitution. So it's not an open-ended power. And that's why the National Judicial Council is there to ensure that whoever may be put forward to occupy that position should be someone who is constitutionally qualified to occupy that position.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Still talking on the Nigerian judiciary, we're looking at how independent is Nigeria's judiciary. Now that interview is coming up next with Haya King. Do take a look.
Very simple. He who pays the piper dictates the tune. The politicians made the constitution in a way that they control the politicians. They tell them what to do and what not to do. And why will you blame a judge who was appointed by a politician above merit, who was appointed by a politician because he's the wife, or he's the son, or he's the brother, or he's the townsman? So that is where the problem lies. That is why the judiciary is not independent. So the problem is because of influence, because of political influence, executive influence. Let me use that word, executive influence. We are told the elementary law of government that everybody knows is that the 3 arms of government should be completely independent, that nobody should interfere with one another. But again, in Nigeria Constitution, the executive has all the powers. I've made this argument several places, several forums. Executive has all the powers. They control, they appoint, they pay salary, they promote, they do everything that a judge. And judges are human beings. They are human. They are lawyers first before they become judges. They are Nigerians before they become judges. So because of that, they are no longer independent, because imagine somebody appoints me now, influences my appointment as a judge, which I don't want to be anyway. and now I sit on the bench, and the person comes with a matter, is a politician, I will not shy away. I will not overlook it. I will look for a way, soft landing. That's actually the truth about it. So the executive, the constitution made the judiciary not to be independent. That is actually how I would put it. The constitution, because I know some of them that were appointed, some are my classmates, my senior, my friends that were appointed. Some of them are men of integrity. Some of them are very, very upright. Some of them are very, very good. But political cases, when political cases come to your court, you cannot tell the governor, for instance, or the president that calls you, I am interested in this matter. Or somebody calls you that the president or the governor is interested, and you say nothing will happen. That's the problem. So the problem is the influence, external influence, what I call force majeure. These influences are beyond them. Force majeure. We have heard of judges who have been disgraced out of office for doing nothing, for refuse to take executive orders. We have heard them. CJN, judges, Court of Appeal judges. They have been disgraced and humiliated. Who will want his brother to be humiliated in that form? Who will want to be humiliated in that form? So you better do what they ask you to do. That's the truth about it. That's the truth about it. Executive influence has made the judiciary not to be independent. And unfortunately, these political cases are always in the front burner. They are always in the public view. So the public hear about it. The old woman selling hear about it. Imagine the old woman in the village. My mother, you tell my mother, the law says that this man, if he leaves his party and go to another party, he should leave that seat. My mother would say, yes, it's reasonable. My mother is not an illiterate anyway. She is a retired civil servant. He said, yes, he's an illiterate. And the next moment, my mother hears again, that same man, the court have said that he should not leave the seat, he should remain in the seat. My mother will not say, how manage? Let me not even use my mother who is literate. Let me use a village old man in the village. And the law, they have made a law in the village that in the village committee that anybody who wants to resign from the village committee must tell them why he's resigning. Now, the person resigned from the village committee and go and form another committee to challenge the existing one, and they expel him from the village committee. And suddenly, the chairman, another person comes again and say no. And this is the precedent they have been following. Anybody that goes that way, they expel him. And they expel this man. Some other person come and say, no, reinstate that man. The man is reinstated. My mom, the village people, the illiterate people will be very, very angry. So that's actually what happened. That is why it looks as if the judiciary is extremely corrupt when it comes to all cases. I use the word extremely corrupt when it comes to political cases. But other cases, I can still give it up for the judiciary because we have gotten judgment on merit, we have gotten a ruling, we have argued our cases and gotten judgment. Let me tell you the fact. Let me tell you the truth. The truth is that it's difficult to bribe a judge because a judge is almost extremely contented. It's difficult for a private person to bribe a judge. Some of these influences we are talking about that these judges are overwhelmed with is not because of even money alone. It's because of patronage. It's because of respect. It's because of somebody has appointed you, somebody has helped you. This is an opportunity to help the person. But sometimes it's not just money that the politicians use. The politicians use influence. The politicians use all manner of things. No worry, that guy, my guy, we appoint him as a judge. Don't worry. Even if the guy, the person that is appointed as a judge is on merit, but again, he wouldn't have gotten it if his political friend or political brother or political husband did not go and make sure he gets it, because a lot of people are looking for the job. And if I look at you, you're on merit. Some of them are on merit. They are appointed by somebody. The person comes today and comes one day. You definitely have to help the person. So it is the public knows about it because these are political matters. Like I said, it's difficult to bribe it. How much do you have to bribe a judge? How do you see a judge?
Of course. Now, Barrister Hayaking, you've mentioned the issue of executive influence when it comes to political court proceedings and court rulings. And I just want to ask, seeing that there is a heavy influence from the executive arm of government, is there a possibility for judges to operates without fear or favor, giving what is obtainable in our constitution at the moment. When, you know, how is it possible for a judge to still act according to the law, even with the interference of the executive influence in court proceedings?
It is not possible. It's completely impossible, especially when these cases come to you as a judge. It's very, very impossible. It's difficult. It's extremely difficult. I speak with judges. They are human beings. I know it's not possible. It's not possible. Some of them, if they tell you their experiences, they don't sleep. If this call will come, this one. One of the judges was narrating his experience when he was handling one of these highly matter. He said he couldn't sleep. He said as he's sleeping, the call is coming. Hey, make sure you detain him. Make sure you release him. Make sure you deliver that ruling today. Make sure that ruling is not delivered today. That ruling will be next week. He off his phone. Off his phone. His mind will be beating because calls will be coming. They now accuse him of offing his phone. He put back the phone again. Over 1,000 calls. This one, he said he was confused. In fact, he said he nearly got heart attack because of the calls and the influences that was coming. Answering your question, the way the constitution is configured and the executive influence is not possible if they want you to do a thing. The only thing is to recuse yourself, to remove yourself from the case. That is one of the things. And when you do that, they will also accuse you that you are not their man. You are not obedient. You are not an obedient. For God's sake, a judge shouldn't be obedient to anybody. A judge should be obedient to the law. If you bring the law is in favor of his mother, he will discharge his mother. If the law is against the mother, he will convict his mother. That is what the law is all about. That is why the eye is tied, so that you will not see the person on the scale. But again, today now, they have opened the eye. The eye is very bright. The eye is looking and seeing everybody. If the mother comes, say, take it away. His friend come, take him away. If a political godfather come, take him away. I will not strike. You know, and all that and all that. And it's not helping our judiciary. It has made a mockery of the judiciary. Judiciary in Nigeria is mocked. Everybody knows. Like the issue of defection that time. Almost everybody knows the outcome. Anything that happens, I tell her, no, the court will. In fact, they have generalized all the judges. Judge, and for the acting judge, the governor or the president must choose or must take the most senior judge in the line of succession. Must take the most senior judge when it comes to the issue of acting judge. But immediately he wants to appoint a substantive judge, he can choose anybody. He can choose anybody. So why would he be like that way? That is one of the lacunas. And if I am judge number 5 on the list, and you leave my seniors 1, 2, 3, 4, and choose me number 5, why wouldn't I obey the governor? Why wouldn't I favor the governor? Why wouldn't I at least find a way of doing something for the governor who has just appointed me above 4 people? That's the point. For listen to me, for acting chief judge, it must be the most senior. But for the substantive, why would it not be the most senior? It should be automatic. Immediately there is a vacuum, the next person in line should take over. Whether you are going to stay for 1 week or whether you are going to stay for 1 month or for 5 years, you should take over. That is what it should be. It should take over. That is, we are independent. The governor shouldn't have a hand in the appointment of judges. The president shouldn't have a hand in the appointment of the CJN. The judges should do their, judiciary should do their thing, to have their way. They know who is senior, whether by 1 day or by 1 year or by your name alphabetical order. There's a way we calculate. If we are called the same day, we will still find out who is a senior. If we are called the same hour, there is a way we do it. We must find out who is a senior. We begin to by your surname, by the first letter in your surname. If our first letter they are the same, we go to second letter. If the second letter is the same, we go to third letter until we find a senior. That is how we be. That is how it should be done in appointment of judges and chief judge of Nigeria. Sorry, CJN. So that is what it should be. Not for the governor to choose whoever he wants to choose. That is wrong. That is where the influence begins. Then the appointment too, the appointment should be on merit. For instance, they have what they call, if they want to appoint a judge now, they have what they call a A-list and B-list. Sorry. A-list are the people that has been chosen. I use the word chosen, as people that will be appointed, that choosing to be appointed. A-list. Assuming they want to appoint 10 judges now, they have what they call A-list and B-list. Even at the Court of Appeal and Supreme Court. Very, very unfortunate. A-list are the sure banker, what they call in pool betting. They call it sure banker. The A-list, they are the sure banker. Then they will now have from 11 to 19 to 20 again. And all of them will go for interview. Why? A-list, once your name is on A-list, you are a judge. But if your name is on B-list, from 11 to 20, then it's likely you may not be a judge. You may not be. In fact, it has never happened that they will go and take from B-list. And I have challenged that situation. I said, why would you make 2 lists? Make just 1 list. We know that once these 10 people go, they are gone. They have been appointed. Not to make a list and B list. And these people will suffer, pay transport, psychological effect, and somebody will feel I did very, very well in B list. I did very, very well in B list. Yet, he cannot be a judge. And judges should be people that are willing to be judges. They shouldn't be people that just want to be judges. Or their husband want them to be judges. Their father want them to be judges. Their mother want them to be judges. It should be people that are willing to be judges. Willing. Passionate about being a judge. Those are the people that should be appointed. Once you meet all the criteria, you should be appointed. Then again, the judiciary also should be unbundled. The Court of Appeal and the Supreme Court. Even Rivers State. For instance, Rivers State is entitled to 50 judges. And this law was made in 2001, the Rivers State High Court law. It permits the Rivers State to have 50 judges at a time. And in 2001, when that law was made, Rivers State have less than 10,000 cases. Today, Rivers State have over close to 50,000 cases in all our, talking about only High Court, only High Court. I think about 50,000 cases the last time we checked. About 50,000 cases. And it's still 50 judges. So how can they perform? 50 judges again. In fact, Rivers has 45 judges now. We don't have to have up to 50 because one of our brothers just died. One of our judge just died. So we have just 45 judges handling about 50,000 cases. So average of more than 10,000 cases per judge. And the law was made in 2001, 25 years ago. It has not been amended to at least increase the number of judges. Presently, Rivers State needs nothing less than 100 judges. At least 2 judges per local 6. Then 50 in Port Harcourt. 50 in Port Harcourt. The magistrates, we need more than 200 magistrates. Because Rivers State is an extremely litigious state. I don't think after Lagos, there is any other state before Rivers State. I don't even know whether Rivers State and Lagos, who is even higher in litigation. We have so much in Rivers State. So judges will now be employed at that level. Willing people, not people that are not willing. Willing people. People that are desirous of being judges. Then appoint them, they will do well. Not to go and bring your wife, bring your husband, bring your son, bring your daughter is wrong. That's the influence we are talking about.
Okay. Thank you so much, Barry.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on the Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hubs on e-vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
And with that, we've come to the end of the program from our ENUGU studios. Thank you so much for joining us and for starting your day with us. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha, signing off to our Abuja studios for the continuation of Signature Morning.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding gratuity when we took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Chigichi Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Bright and early, as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day, we at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Wayek is overrated, and they even overrated themselves, and when you go see it, they are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change the narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Hello, good morning, and let me welcome you to our Abuja studio this beautiful, cool morning. My name is Muaboze Njoko, and this is a very special edition of the Signature Morning, and I'll tell you why. What I've done this morning is to assemble a college of lawyers to be able to address a fundamental legal issue that the Independent National Electoral Commission raised last week. Now, what did the INEC chairman say? We had done a story here on early campaigns in which we pointedly told the president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, because we addressed him as a candidate of APC who had begun campaign with billboards in Lagos, billboards in Abuja, billboards in Kano, outside of the timetable provided by the Independent National Electoral Commission. Now, we raised issues in that story. One, is there not a punishment for breaking this rule? What constitutes campaign? Must it be a radio, television, newspaper advertisement promoting a particular candidate? What is the difference between all those and the billboards? We showed you pictures of a convoy of buses clearly written Tinubu 2027. 7 of them rushing to in the direction of Nasarawa State. Now, we also showed you bus stops where it was written free bus Tinubu 2027. Now, the presidency reacted and said Tinubu was not responsible for those campaigns. They were being done by third party. And then we raised another question. Who will punish the third party? Just last week, the Independent National Electoral Commission said they were appealing to the National Assembly to enact specific laws to punish those early campaigns. And so this morning, what I've done is to assemble a college of lawyers. I am not learned, so I'm going to be educated this morning to know whether INEC does not have enough powers already to address that challenge, or whether INEC is playing the ostrich. Now, to educate me this morning, I have from my right, I'm going to come from institutional basis. From my extreme right, I have Clement Chukwemeka. Each time Clement comes, I ask him whether the weather is not clement today.
The weather is always clement.
The weather is clement. And Clement is immediate past second vice chairman of the Nigerian Bar Association. Clement, you're welcome to the program.
Pleasure having me.
Immediate past second vice president of the Nigerian Bar Association. Now, on my right is Maxwell Opara, PhD, a lawyer, and an activist. Now, if you look at him this morning, he's not smiling at all. He says he's angry with everything about the legal profession, everything about the judiciary, everything about law and order. But please, we're discussing law and order. Maxwell, you're welcome to the program.
It's my pleasure.
I hope it will be a pleasure for us to take it easy.
Yes.
Thank you very much. And on my left is Adekunle Oladakbo Otiteji, PhD. He is also a lawyer and a legal consultant. Dakbo, you're welcome to the program.
Thank you very much.
It's always a pleasure having you here.
Thank you very much.
Infractions of its rules.
One of the problems that this Nigeria electoral system has had recently is the advent of bringing in some of the allegedly professors into the affairs of this election. Ordinarily, we were thinking that when you have professors within the environment, you're going to have a very intellectual beings handling things that will not compromise by any standard. But the way we are having it, because they are supposed to be learned, they're supposed to have abreast with all the letters of the Constitution, all the letters of the Electoral Act and all that. But the statement actually credited to the INEC chairman, definitely interested in having new laws. To me, I wouldn't understand at basis, but for me,
I feel that INEC, the INEC being a creation of the Constitution by virtue of Section 153 sub F, has that particular latitude to organize and regulate itself. So not necessarily looking for a fresh law, except in wants some specifications. But he has all the rights, all the powers to regulate the affairs of political parties and regulate issues that pertain in elections in Nigeria.
Okay. Now, Maxwell, INEC is asking for a law to address early campaign. In other words, INEC has established that that is fouling of a rule or fouling of a regulation. Does INEC require a new law? I will soon go through what the Constitution provides. I read it, gentlemen, because so that I can educate us. Do you think INEC should be asking for a new law or enforcing its own rules and regulations?
Yes, INEC requires a new law with respect to criminalizing or declaring early campaign as electoral offenses, as one of the electoral offenses. Anything short of that, INEC cannot. If you watch the Constitution gave INEC the power to make rules. But the Supreme Court, in the case of P2B and INEC and President Tinubu, Supreme Court said that INEC rules is not a mandatory law. Having said that, now Section 114 down to, I think it down to sorry, so that I don't, Section 114 down to Section 129 of the Electoral Act 2022 as amended listed what are electoral offenses. So express mention of one thing is exclusion of another. Now, having mentioned what are electoral offenses, on what basis will INEC, because early campaign was not listed as one of the electoral offenses.
That is in the Electoral Act.
In the Electoral Act. Now, if you are now asking INEC to make a rule to make early campaign as an offense, which means that rule now has been inconsistent with the Act. And any rule that is inconsistent with the Act, that rule shall not be applied as a valid law. Just like where an Act cannot be inconsistent with the Constitution. Now that is the reason why, the people that are making these laws for us are these characters who have in the National Assembly and call themselves politicians. Because if actually they want this country to progress, there are some things that we should not be talking about amendment of the Electoral Act by now, because the Supreme Court and the Court of Appeal and the Federal High Court in the pre-election and post-election matters has told you the infractions, the emptiness, the lacunas we have in the Electoral Act. They expected them to use, I wrote a memo to them. I raised all those issues, sending it to them. You can eat your whatever allowances because you are not doing anything as far as Master Lopez is concerned. They are doing absolutely nothing. This one, they are regime to do what? They are not doing anything. Those of us that have decided to look at the law, burn the candle, did everything, give it to you. Your own is to put your signature there, send it to the president, let it be so that you can make progress. Are they telling me that they are not aware that any campaign is not an offense, electoral offense? Now, are we supposed to, is there any other law that's supposed to come in? Yes, there are some other laws. Any act that is capable of a breach of peace is a crime. That is where police can come in. All those people who are putting this billboard, they are committing an offense
capable of breaching the peace.
Breaching the peace. Don't shift it to INEC. Because INEC is a regulation and the law has told him what he's supposed to do. But under the Constitution, under the Police Act, under every other relevant laws, police have unlimited power to look at something, including your marriage. If you and your wife, you are fighting, nobody should tell police that is a matrimonial issue. No, police cannot fold their hands to allow one of you to kill yourself. they will have to come in.
In other words, police is in fact should have looked at those billboards as a crime.
I hear them say, remove it. Remove it. You should remove it. Are you telling me that people have not even written a petition? If people have not even written a petition, under Police Act, you have the right to initiate investigation. Because this thing they are doing may cause trouble. Okay. Do you want to tell me that I didn't that P2B or Tinubu or any other person that is doing this thing, they would have get the person arrested? So these are the issues where we said now make it an offense so that it can also fall into the electoral offenses as provided by the electoral act.
Oh, okay, I'm going to have to, because Maxwell has raised a number of issues. Now, permit me to look at the Constitution. Now, the INEC was established in accordance with Section 153, which Chukwemeka has spoken about, F of the Constitution. And the functions of the Commission are stipulated in Part 1 of the third schedule of the 1999 Constitution as amended, and they are the following: organize, undertake, and supervise all elections to the offices of President, Vice President, blah, 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 blah. Register political parties in accordance with the provisions of the Constitution or an act of the National Assembly. Monitor the organization and operation of political parties, including their finances. Arrange for the annual examination and auditing of the funds and accounts of political parties. Arrange and conduct the registration of persons qualified to vote and all that. Now listen to this. Monitor political campaigns and provide rules and regulations.
Yes.
Now, if the Constitution has given INEC the power to monitor campaigns and provide rules and regulations, does INEC not already have a constitutionally provided inherent power to determine the rules, punish infractions, and stop infractions?
Yeah, I support my learned friend's position. He said something very important.
Chukwemeka.
Yes. Even though the Electoral Act in Section 114 to 120, about 122, it's already specify what are electoral offenses. The electoral, the INEC itself is a body that is empowered to make rules and regulations, organize and ensure proper organization of election. And in doing that, they have that powers to set rules and regulation for campaigns. And then that will take us to the provisions in the Electoral Act, where it provides 150 days campaign.
90,
you understand?
94.
And then 24
90 days.
Section 94. That's Section 94 of the Electoral Act. Now, that provision only gave a provision without punitive provisions. No punitive provisions. But INEC can come under that rules and regulations.
It's power to make rules and regulations.
And create a punitive measure for any political party.
Deriving its authority from the Constitution.
Section 153. Yes. That schedule that you read, that empowers INEC to regulate. So, making sanctions is part of the duties of INEC. INEC does not need to go back to
National
Assembly to ask the people that are committing the crime,
beneficiaries,
the beneficiaries of those provisions.
No, of the crime they are committing.
The crime and provisions, yes, because the provisions is coming to them. Now, the rules and regulations to govern electoral campaigns should be done by INEC.
And the punishment for infraction?
Yes. INEC have the power by that rules and regulation provisions given to them under that schedule of the Constitution.
Maxwell, let me just ask you, does INEC have the power to disqualify a candidate?
Yes.
Is it specifically provided in the Constitution?
Yes. Because if you watch electoral offenses, each and every one of them has to do with sanction.
Yes.
When they provide the law, they provide the sanction. Yes. That's where because one thing is to arrest somebody, get somebody arrested, and arraign the person in court. Another thing is for you to tell the court under what law you are bringing the charge. And the person also have a right to challenge that charge. Say that what I committed is never an offense.
Because it's not in law.
Because it's not in law.
No.
I understand. So the point I'm making is that the National Assembly know what to do. The INEC also, most of the times, they know what to do. But meanwhile, of course, you can see the man who have as in the Home of Affairs of the INEC. Right?
Yes, Professor.
Yes, I normally say, most of the times I ask myself, how does this man go to bed and sleep, seeing the country like this? Because whatever thing that we are passing through now, he will answer it. Now, if INEC did what they're supposed to do at the issue, allow the people that Nigeria elected to be there. All these people, these things we shouldn't have. Because I cannot even question any of them, most of them. Because somebody elected them. And in fact, one governor told his cabinet members, listen, let me tell you, nobody should come here to tell me anything. You don't know how I managed to become the governor. And which is true. Nobody knows how he managed to become the governor. Because he was in his house, he said that you are the winner. From first to first. So, whichever that is the case, INEC should not be crying. That's why I don't have sympathy. But we are talking about the law. Because I have looked at the law.
Thank you very much.
What fall under, what will constitute electoral offense? Early campaign is not one of them. The Electoral Act condemn it. Condemnation of an act does not criminalize. It's just just like a Democrat said, is on a moral ground, and morality has no place in law.
You know, Chukwumeka, I asked him a question whether INEC has the power to disqualify a candidate, and his answer has put me in a quandary, because he says yes, but it is specified as an offense under the law. There is no specific punishment provided for early campaign. However, the Constitution says you make rules, you make regulations. In matter of jurisprudence, can't you extrapolate and say, since I have the powers to make rules and regulate, don't I also have the power, by that same power, to punish anybody who disobeys the rule?
Thank you for that wonderful question. The most important thing we need to look at is INEC, by its name, independent. That independency is just by paper. You cannot see it inherent in them that they are independent. You understand what I'm saying? They are not independent by the way they ought to be independent for them to, put out what the regulations, what the Constitution, the powers the Constitution have given to them. That is the problem they're having. They cannot tell me that a Constitution have given you power to regulate. Having powers to disqualify or even to disqualify a political party from participation. The register to do a lot of things. We shouldn't be looking at criminalizing. We are looking at, these are political party. You have all the whole right to say, you are not qualified to contest because you violated this and that and that. By virtue of that section 95 of Electoral Act, which guarantees them that powers to regulate, to put up that regulation. That is enough. And let us look at the 2029 case, Action Alliance versus and others versus INEC. It makes it mandatory that they have the right under the timetable, which is not contained in any way in the Constitution. But because of INEC provides timetable for an election, which is their duty in regulating and putting up. When you mistake or mismanage the timetable that has been laid out by INEC, it is an offense by the political party. And you know the consequences.
So if INEC can come up without bringing, we don't need people to be in prison because we don't have prisons. Prisons are even overcrowded. They are congested. There should be a non-custodial approach, reprimand. You know, giving an example, like as my learned colleague Marcel Opera have just said, those companies that are mounting these billboards are known and their addresses are known. There are people that pay them for these adverts to be published, and these are public advertisement. They are facing us every morning and night whenever you are passing. You are reading them, you are having kind of emotions, you are having some feelings that this is a wonderful billboard, because I have seen one place that they say, I will vote for this man because it's very beautiful. This was an election of I think 1990, the early, let me just say, Duke in Cross River was voted mostly because he was a very handsome man. His posters convinced us to vote for him. We never knew him in Cross River State as at that time when we were in university. So this early advert or early campaign by placing billboard in public places convinces electorate, and there should be a way to regulate it. In regulating it, you do not need a reprimand or bringing somebody to put them in prisons. The best approach is there are companies that owns these billboards. People approach them to fix this billboard. You approach them, you get it from there. Police, as my level colleague have said, has all the powers, inherent powers, to go up on investigation in ascertaining who actually did this and reprimand. You can say remove this within so and so time because you are violating so and so based on the letter, because they have the powers to regulate. INEC has all the whole powers to regulate. And in this action alliance versus INEC I mentioned in 2019, it's a Supreme Court authority, and this very going contrary to the timetable of INEC. It's an offense. It's an offense, and it's just a regulation. So can't you indirectly or directly pronounce that going against any campaign which has already been used in the Electoral Act shall 150 days and 24 hours before the polling day? Can't you do something as a particular person? For the purposes of this act, the period of campaigning in public of every political party shall commence 150 days before polling day and end 24 hours prior to that date. What again do you want? I'm sure you want to elucidate more, Maxwell. But can't INEC test the legal waters?
Yes, INEC has failed in their duties by even approaching
the National Assembly. They are not independent.
They have failed. You see, when you say you have power and you don't use the power, then you are pushing the public to doubt the capacity you have. INEC has legal department. They have drafting departments. They have various departments. They have personnel departments. Now, INEC provides timetable for election. In providing timetable for election, like my friend have said, if you breach one day,
you are done.
You go to Supreme Court, they will stick to it. Now you say 150 days. People have started election.
Campaign.
Well, they can say that they are not doing campaign because they are not gathering. That is not my business.
No, we may have to look at the dictionary of campaign.
For the purpose of our discourse,
that is campaign.
INEC just need to come out with their own rules and regulations about campaign, because that is what we are facing now. Now, you are disrupting a lot of things in the public space. Some of them will go with the convoys of vehicle,
blazing with their names and pictures and political parties now, and the positions they are seeking.
Exactly. Right now, who I think INEC should go after is the party, not even individual, because they put their parties there, and they said it is parties that run. That goes into election. Supreme Court have said this several times. So, if INEC can say any political party in their rules, it doesn't have to be in the Electoral Act.
Whose candidates?
Any political party who, of course, prior to 150 days, campaign, will be disqualified from having to field candidate for that position around whatever, I mean, in that area or vicinity. If you have a billboard in Abuja and we see a picture of somebody coming out
and using your PDP, whatever it is,
don't question it, then it means that the political party has been found to have infringed that particular provision.
Yes, Maxwell, I'm sure that you are listening to the submissions.
Yes, we are talking about law, and I want us to see it from that angle. In the first instance, Clement talks about disqualification for going against electoral INEC rules. The Constitution and the INEC has provided the things that will make you to be disqualified from voting and be voted for. The electoral act and the Constitution has also provided who qualifies to run an election. The old Constitution also made provision for what will render a particular vote invalid. In all these things, any campaign has no place in law. Rather, it has a place in morality. Now, do we have any ground upon which we can correct this? Yes. See what happened in, I think, in Nasarawa State, where some youths woke up and set ablaze the billboard of President. That is not last 2 weeks. Go to the north. I'm sure that they can only do it in Abuja. They can't do it in where people have lived. In fact, the person who even mounting that distance will regret the day God created him. Now, the point we are making is that the law for INEC to criminalize, to punish any campaign, they need another law. Now, if somebody now said you are not going to run this election, you are hereby disqualified from running this election because you started early campaign.
The party.
Whether the party or the candidate, whichever one. I can say, because as well as they're campaigning, nobody should tell me that they are not campaigning. I saw a very senior colleague I have respect for. He said that they are not. What do you mean they are not campaigning? They are campaigning. Silence means consent. If you use my poster and paste it in a paper road, Maxwell for Senate 2027, I will be the person to supervise people that will pull it down. What am I doing? To pass a message that I'm not a party to it. And I will come to the television to make announcement. I will mobilize people, especially you are the president, the DSSs are under you, everybody under you. What have you done? You pay money indirectly for people to be campaigning for you. Who is a kid in this country? So that one, they are campaigning. And I'm telling you that why the police cannot do their work, DSSs cannot do their work. They only take ratio where they say that president, you are this. That's what they are doing. The things that are causing trouble here. Do you know that this Nigeria is hungry? People are dying, and you are showing the process. People, they are killing people in hundreds every day, and you are putting billboard. That thing only is enough to cause a very big protest in this country. Had it been that Nigeria is not a banana republic, you can't do it. There are some things that you don't do outside. I know what I'm telling you. Excuse me, sir.
No, let us go on the national.
Excuse me.
I agree. Nigeria is.
Allow him, and I tell him that I have not eaten banana this morning.
No. The point I'm making is that there are some things our politicians are doing and get away with it. I know what I'm saying.
That ought not to be.
Yes, because they believe that they can do it and nobody will protest. No protest in Nigeria again. You are saying that we are not no protest. Have you seen a country that there is no protest?
We are protesting here. We are arguing issues. We are debating matters.
We are not protesting here. How many persons get time to watch this thing? Protest means going to the street. I just came back from Vienna, Austria. Do you know why they are protesting? Do you know why they are protesting, sir? That the wife of one of the, is it as we normally call them, municipal district,
one of the councillors.
The wife bought another dog. And the dog, they know the cost implication of that dog. They said the man should resign. Yeah, there in Vienna last 2 weeks. I said, is that why these people are protesting? So
over ownership of extra dog.
Yes.
That is extra cost.
The other person in Germany went on vacation with the wife. They said that he must resign. because the vacation they asked him to go is for only him. How does he get the money that to carry the wife? So these are the items. Now somebody will be doing something here, just like yesterday, day before yesterday. Some persons sat down police with the police uniform, army uniform. They sat down with criminals negotiating. Criminals who are there with AK-47 negotiating in this country.
That's another day.
So because one, when we are saying this thing, most of the persons are listening, and I can't see red. I will call it black. I see black. I will be calling it white, because you feel that when you say it will be sanctioned. No, we are not behaving well, and that's why you see somebody 2 years before the election. People are dying, inflation is on a high rate, the doctors are on strike, and they are telling us to re-elect you again. Are you supposed to tell us to re-elect you again? It's not a work that's supposed to tell us.
Okay, but we're talking about asking that for that re-election within the rules. Yes. That's the conversation this morning.
The early campaign, the INEC needs
under law.
Yes, they should make it as electoral offense.
Okay, but there's something that I'm coming to immediately. There's something that has come out from this conversation, that once in this country, the Supreme Court had said the powers of INEC to create timetable is equivalent to a law. If you disobey it, you pay for it. Yes. That Supreme Court pronouncement is like a constitutional amendment. It can be cited.
Judicial precedent.
It's a judicial precedent.
It's
2019.
It's case law.
2019.
Yes.
And in 2023, what does the Supreme Court talk about INEC rules?
Timetable.
No.
Timetable
is very, see, with due respect.
Yes, that was coming to yes.
By virtue of the pronouncement of Supreme Court on timetable, it has become our law. And that gives, in fact, the provisions of Electoral Act on issues of timetable is law.
That thing is derived from rules.
With due respect,
it's derived from rules of
INEC. Exactly.
Then the Supreme Court, the Supreme Court, 2020, what did they say about the rules of INEC?
No, they said that the rules of INEC is the rules of INEC and the law are two separate things. That's what they said. They distinguish the law and rules of INEC. But in any case, they said that the provisions of timetable is very sacrosanct.
Made by the
rules. Yes. Made by INEC.
Because of they are seizing their powers under the rules.
Yes.
And when the Supreme Court talk about the rules,
let me tell you, there are two things. The argument of the Supreme Court in that Peter Obi's case is different from timetable.
The real
arguments are different. The argument of timetable. When you're supposed to do primaries, when your name is supposed to get to INEC, they are sacrosanct.
And then that should include when campaigns should start.
Now, the issue of rules of whether during the time of election, there's what's it called? Transmission of results. That's a different thing. So Supreme Court had dealt with that in a different manner. But in issues of timetable, they have taken it as law. And in any case, every political party in Nigeria today believe clearly that if you don't meet the timetable of INEC, they are out.
That's all.
That's all. Now, in creating sanctions for people who go against that provision of the section, saying what it is INEC that have to sit down and bring out that rules and regulation.
That's all.
And once they bring out the rules and regulation, it becomes a law. And if you want to challenge it, the court is there, go and challenge it, and let us see what the court will say. Because they are independent, and they have to make provisions to make regulations of election.
Actually, to come in, one of the cardinal responsibilities that we have been talking about for INEC is purely becoming an independent commission. By the time they live by their word, by the letter of their name, we will not have all these issues. By the time a competent person who will look at red and call it red, they will be dishing out regulations that every person who violates such regulations will pay dearly for it. Let's take, for example, there is no
where constitutionally, where if you go by if you file your processes in court on electoral matters and your processes are beyond the specified page, there is nowhere in the law, but there is a rules of court that said if you go against this particular thing and pagination and get this above certain number of pages, you are completely out of it. If, no matter how beautiful your case is, the judgment of that court will return that you completely failed it, and it is there. So the rules are, sometimes the INEC, for God's sake, Constitution have given them power for regulation.
Exactly.
The provision of Section 94, Section 95 of the Electoral Act 2022 have given them absolute powers again. It is only because on that man whom this particular power has been, how do you now come up and deliver on this particular mandate? These are very, very simple.
Yeah.
Okay, yes.
This is what we call delegated legislation. You are already having it. It is delegated to you. And delegated legislation is part of the sources of our laws. When we are delegated these powers to regulate, you are also delegated powers to make sanctions, to be able to make control of what you are giving powers to regulate. And now, as a delegated institution whose powers are to control election, regulate election, we believe that they should have their rules outside clearly stating when and when to start election, and whoever goes against this time, the sanctions for it. And it does not mean that if they disqualify you, it doesn't stop the process of election. You will go to court.
No,
the election that brought in that that Bayelsa that the Supreme Court sacked on the basis of the name of the deputy.
Yes.
Is it written? Where is it written now?
Okay. I will draw from you, but I want Maxwell to. That's an intervention he wants to make.
You see, when my colleagues are talking, what has been going inside my mind? Are they living in this country with me?
It depends on what you are talking about.
There are some countries that don't have laws, written laws.
Yes.
They don't have written laws. But things are moving in their own country as it is.
Yes.
So there is one local class schools case we call Madokolo and Kendrick that this on jurisdiction.
Yes.
That matter, that decision was taken in 1962. Am I right? It's not up to one page. This judgment is not up to one page till tomorrow.
It's cited.
People are still citing it. Now, why do we even? We have the first time we had was what do you call it? The INEC machines now.
Vivas.
The first time we brought in the Vivas. That was for 2011 election. Supreme Court carried all those Vivas the first time we brought it and put them inside those bins. You know what they said? That is unknown
to law.
To electoral act.
Yes,
I agree.
Yes.
I agree.
Now
it's not.
Now,
but it was incorporated in the new act.
Excuse me. Now, it is now incorporated in the new act, and the act did not talk about mandatory transmission. INEC make a rule.
Yes.
Saying that it is mandatory. The same Supreme Court said that since the Electoral Act
did not provide
mandatory
specifically,
is not that INEC policy and rules cannot take the position of the state. So you see the condition we find ourselves.
So this is what I was telling you.
So if these people go ahead to bring down any billboard or do anything, suspend anybody,
a political party.
Let us have it as law.
The Supreme Court, judiciary, In fact, I want to stop coming to the studio because I don't know how to put my mouth to talk. They say that you are castigating the judiciary.
Yeah. Let me talk. Calm down. Calm down.
Because what? Because had they been that these people are saying will fly when we have a system that is functioning. When we have, in fact, for you to even take a decision, sir, for Trump now in America now to make any policy, you first of all check what the court will say, because courts are busy.
Even the counties can challenge.
Rendering all his policies. But yeah, who can do it? Sir, somebody wake up in the morning and say that I hereby suspend the elected government of the state. Somebody wants to.
We have discussed that here.
Excuse me. Yes. Somebody wants to court and file it.
See, there's no perfect country.
There's a perfect country. Excuse me. Let me finish. There is no perfect. Excuse me.
No, we can't.
Excuse me, sir.
See, we are here.
Excuse me, sir. Let me land.
Okay.
Because when we are talking about there's no perfect country, there's no perfect country. What do you mean by there's no perfect country?
There's no perfect country.
What do you we need a perfect life.
With due respect, I'm not excusing
a better life.
I'm not excusing some illegality that
you are not.
I'm not excusing.
You are not.
You are making it.
No. I'm giving instances. Excuse me.
Okay, calm down, gentlemen. Calm down. And gentlemen, these are two highly knowledgeable gentlemen. Okitoju PhD, Marshall Awara PhD. Let's go ahead.
I'm the only PhD.
No. The point we are making is that what we are talking about is, my father used to tell me that they put evening mass because morning mass is not complete. Are you know what I'm saying? And if this snake head bite you, if you see this head, you should be running. So since I've been called to buy, I have not done anything. I'm into pure litigation. I know what I'm talking about. Because if we have a functional, remember that we said when executive misbehave, you lost to judiciary. When the parliament misbehave, you lost to judiciary. When the judiciary misbehave, where do we run to? That is the essence of this discussion. This shouldn't have been a discussion. Because when you watch the position of the judiciary and know what you're going to get, you won't even think about. In fact, when somebody say you are going to contest 2027, say I beg, please. Do you get what I'm saying? Because there are some things that you ask me now to do as a lawyer. There are some things you ask me to do. There are some things. When I remember the use of professional APDC, I will say no. Are you get what I'm saying? So if you have this particular, this thing cannot fly, and INEC chairman know what he's doing, what he's talking about.
Okay, let me take you from there. Maswell Opola has raised a fundamental query about the role of the judiciary in getting INEC to function as an independent organization. His fear is if INEC decides to operate within your two presentations. The Constitution has provided for this. I have these inherent powers, and therefore, since I have the power to regulate, the Constitution cannot say what will I regulate if I cannot determine what should and what should not. What happens to what should not if there's no sanction against it? If I reason that way, Maxwell says, I will not be supported by the judiciary. I won't get the backing of the judiciary. So he says.
Yes.
But gentlemen, do you think that judiciary is the institution not allowing INEC to be independent and use the provisions of the Constitution to perform its function in this matter of early campaign? Chukwemeka, let me begin with you.
Well, we continue to rely and continue to say it to the admiration of everybody that the judiciary remains the last hope of a common man. Not only common man now, of everybody.
Of even the man.
Everybody. For the fact that some decisions may not really go by the way some people really did. Just Nigeria is a growing concern. Definitely there will be a time that things will definitely be perfect. And there is no, as my learned colleague have just said, there is no pure perfect country. But I think the judiciary revolving. There are a lot of things going on. There are a lot of things. Do you think that this your line of argument is still a destination to be arrived? Definitely, there is the head. If you look at the kind of sanctions that are going on, trying to recalibrate, trying to sanction within their system, and getting the best. Those who fortify their ages and all that have been shown the way out of judiciary. So I really commend the leadership, which is the head of the judiciary. I feel that the judiciary, definitely we are getting to that point where they will look at the interpretation of regulation and give it the proper meaning.
Okay, Oditoju,
yes, sir.
How do you feel? Do you think that the judiciary is the challenge now into allowing INEC to grow into independent, using its powers as provided for in the Constitution without being hamstrung by the absence of specific punishments prescribed? Are we going to provide punishment for everything, really?
No, judiciary has never been the problem of INEC. Judiciary have always been interpreting laws the way they perceive it to be. Well, like I said, there are some conflicting decisions, but in having conflicting decisions in election matters does not nullify judiciary as being going against. Mistakes happen.
Yes.
They are infallible. They are not infallible. Judiciary today has saved this country from serious calamities. Now, is it judiciary that declares state of emergency in Port Harcourt? Is it judiciary? If you don't go to that court, will judiciary have benefit of deciding it? You see, there are so many things that we have today that we have been limited by so many reasons. There are some interpretations that have up to today. Do you know now the River State ENUGU? We have no judicial statement because politicians could not together withdraw cases. They will say it's political settlement. So, will you blame judiciary for that? If you say you want to withdraw your suit, will they just say, no, I must decide it? You withdraw your suit and go. And the man will strike it out. So, you don't have benefit of interpretation. And tomorrow you cannot control what to struck out. So, will you not say because of that judiciary have problem? So, most of these things are still political actors born back to our politicians. And judiciary is also a reflection of our society because it is the people in the society that becomes a judge. Now, where we need, if my brother is called to the bench now, he will not go. Chief Opara will not go there. Why will he go and be a judge? He's above it and he cannot sit to be a judge because he has some other benefits. So let us credit some of our judges that are doing well.
There are plenty of them.
Because we have some judges in this country that are still doing well.
Very well of them.
Okay,
while we have some corrupt ones, I'm not going to say.
Okay, my producer says, please don't bother the time. I want us to give a cap to this conversation.
Definitely.
The issue is early campaign. The issue is that INEC says it is hamstrung because there are no specific laws.
Let me go.
Two of you have told us that let them first of all test out the power they have before asking for a new law. But Maxwell says, from experience, from pronouncements by the judiciary, they will need to have a new law. If not, they'll be going to court and losing cases because the courts will insist this thing is not written black and white in the law. So why are you drawing power that you don't have? But I have shown us that the Constitution says that is you are in charge of rules, you are in charge of regulations. Gentlemen, Chukwemeka, your last word. How do we resolve this issue?
We can leave out the issue of criminalizing because I have said it time without number that non-custodian reprimands are even far better than custodian, reprimands. Some of these rules, there should be sanctions. And when a commission, INEC, pronounces that a particular party's logo should not appear in the ballot box, it's enough sanction. That will be enough sanction. Not giving room to bring in some leadership and some governors who will come up tomorrow to announce that before an imam will preach in the mosque, that he should present his sermons.
No, I have better information
before him.
No, and I have more. It's not. He didn't say so. The governor of Niger State did not say so.
I didn't mention any name.
No, he did not say so. What he said was that preaching will be licensed. He didn't say bring your sermon.
He still don't have the right.
Thank you.
He does not have the right, the latitude.
Thank you.
To prevent people from free speech.
Okay, Maxwell. We're asking for what should we do to address this challenge?
My parting words is that the security agencies should do their work. They should do their work. They should concentrate what is disturbing us, because the attention the security agents has given to Showore and then the car. Had it been that 1/4 of it they have given their attention on insecurity, we would not have been where we are today. So last 2 weeks, I went to tax office, and I was told that my tax are supposed to pay this year is about 800,000 naira, and they have even telling me that by next year it's going to be higher. So I can't be paying my taxpayers' money, and we are using it to be paying an SIN to go and prosecute useless charges where we have serious matters.
Like we're discussing now.
Like we are discussing. Why should we allow billboards of election that is coming in 2027 to be floating in the entire country, where people are crying for hunger? You say that you have a policy. Is it not distracting you? The president, I'm asking you, is this people not distracting you? Senior president, is it not distracting you? Because if actually you are committed in what you are doing, you tell them no, I don't need this. I have been a president of an association, and I told them one person was there. I said I don't need collaborations in this platform. I had a lot of things to do in this platform, in this association. I faced the distance. Under 2 years, I brought the association where it's supposed to be. The people that left, to brought them back. We were able to get inheritance of land for them. That is what leadership is all about. You are just elected. You said subsidy gone, and instead of you to own up to say that thing was a mistake, you are still there. And as we are talking about it, people are dying. As we are talking to you now, some hospitals there is no doctor. I told you that my secretary nearly collapsed this morning. We rushed him to one general hospital. I don't want to mention the name. No good doctor in emergency. This I have to go to private. When doctors are on strike, and what you're interested in giving beautiful billboard where you are dancing something with your wife. Is it not shameful to us?
Anyway, we're talking about that breaching the timetable.
That police is supposed to use
powers
environmentals as they are chasing all these people that are sending water to go and remove all those billboards, pack them and put them in one dustbin.
Thank you very much. In other words, the police has a role there to play. Otitoji, your parting word.
My parting word is simple. INEC should be bold enough to provide sanctions for this kind of campaign. Let them be bold enough to make examples of these political parties. That's all I say.
Thank you very much. The ball has been thrown back to the court of INEC this morning. I think there are two contending positions in this conversation. INEC has enough powers. Two of my guests have said yes.
This provision, they are going to National Assembly to ask.
Yes.
What will they tie to it?
No, they want specific laws.
No, they want it to be form part of the electoral
act.
Yes. This one will be part of the electoral
act. Yes. So that any campaign is specified as a crime, let them sanction, and the regulation given to them. Let them.
Before we have that one, it will be another year.
Thank you very much. Everybody here has contributed wonderfully to this program this morning. Let me thank from my right, Chukwemeka Clement, who's always bringing me clement weather when he comes. Chukwemeka, thank you for coming.
Thank you for having me.
Perpetually active, but please, let's take it easy. You're a young man yet. As the time comes and goes by, discovered
future governor of Imo State.
Oh, thank you very much. I hope it becomes, but he doesn't become governor by coming.
Maybe after me. He will now be the governor.
Congratulations, gentlemen, two governors. Are you also going to be a governor?
Maybe.
I find it interesting that I have three prospective governors with me on the program this morning, but they're all lawyers, and we just looked at the complaint by INEC chairman that he needs specific law to be able to tackle the challenge of early campaigns. I want to thank you for investing your time with us this morning. My name is Mwabo Zenjako. Let's meet again tomorrow. Good morning.
Yes.
Tired of the snow? Tired of the bad TV signals? Nigeria has gone digital. Introducing Free TV, the national platform for every Nigerian. Get 100 plus channels immediately. Sports, news, and entertainment in your native language. All with clear picture quality. Whether you're in the city or the village, our satellite signal reaches every corner of 36 states from day one. No monthly subscription, just a compatible decoder and you are set. It's a national asset built for you. Take the show on the road, download the Free TV app and stream your favorite channels anywhere. Starting this May, scan to download the app or call 0700 388 7277. Free TV, digital TV for free. Brought to you by NBC.
The Enugu state government is intensifying its efforts to go into strategic partnerships that will position the state as the hub for global investments. The state governor Peter Mba, who played host to a high-level delegation, urges the Chinese government to explore the possibility of establishing a Chinatown in Enugu and citing major international business headquarters in the state. The governor told the delegation from the People's Republic of China, led by Consul General Yan Yunshen, which included executives from China Communication Construction Company and China Civil Engineering Construction Corporation, that Enugu is ready for large-scale investments. He informed the delegation about the improved security, modern infrastructure, and investor-friendly policies, highlighting flagship projects including the new Enugu City, smart green schools, expanded road networks, and a modern transport system.
We also felt that we need to have a modern city with modern facility and to make it also smart, since that's the direction the world is going. And we're happy to be partnering with a Chinese company in the development of the new city, the CCCC, China Communication Construction Company. So we have also visited their headquarters in Beijing, and we believe that it's a company with the capacity to meet our desire for a new city.
The Chinese Consul General commended the development vision of the state government, describing Enugu as a city of opportunities. She assured of China's commitment to deepening collaboration in infrastructure, technology, education, and industrial development.
In China, we have experience. If you want to be rich, you must first build road. So I think that infrastructure, yes, is already our traditional area of cooperation. But in the future, we should develop the digital economy and also like agricultural modernization or industrialization, and especially the talent development. All Chinese people we know, Igbo people, they do business the best. Yes. So really, I think that here we hope, yes, to develop the corporate in vocational education.
For residents and investors alike, expectations are high that this partnership will translate into concrete projects that will not only shape the commercial landscape of the state, but also reinforce its emergence as a preferred destination for business and innovation in Nigeria. In Enugu, Chinemerem Ikebunam, Signature TV News.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Lost 10 minutes.
This is Signature Television Unscripted. My name is Mike Ubani. We are going to examine crucial developments in our country in the last 1 week. And we are going to talk about the primaries of the ruling All Progressives Congress, the primaries, you know, to elect candidates for the National Assembly, the governorship, and the state houses of assembly. How did it go? There have been lots of complaints arising from the primaries. Some politicians feel that they were shortchanged, that the system didn't go, the exercise didn't go well. There were lots and lots of manipulations and rigging that saw them out of being defeated in the election. And the question is, if the ruling All Progressive Congress cannot organize free and fair primaries, what will happen to the general elections in 2027? Is it the kind of thing we are going to see? Are we going to see a free, fair election or a rigged election? Then we come to the issue of the book, or the autobiography written by the former head of state, General Yakubu Gowon. He just launched his autobiography, My Service of Duty and Allegiance. And a lot of people who attended that book unveiling praised him for unifying the country and also for introducing the 3 R's: reconciliation, reconstruction, and rehabilitation. That we ask ourselves, so many years after the end of the war, has there been, have we seen the reconciliation? Have we seen the reconstruction and the rehabilitation? Then we are happy that the court the other day extended the time, or rather knocked off some INEC guidelines regarding the conduct of the election. And one important one has to do with the time lag, you know, for the different political parties to submit members, their membership list to INEC. In fact, by going by the INEC guideline, it ended on 10th of May. But the court has now said, no, this is contrary to the provision of the Constitution and the Electoral Act, and extended the submission of a membership list to September, and that gives room for, you know, so we are going to look at the implication of, you know, this court ruling, and with me in the studio to do justice to these topics and more is on my immediate right, Mr. Martin, and Mr. Ani. You are welcome to the program.
Thank you, Chief Ubani.
Thank you,
Dr.
Ukeje, you're welcome to the program. It's nice having you, and to our listeners, viewers, we say, you know, stay with us, and we're going to serve you well. So, what do you make out of let's start from the book launch.
Okay.
Gowon's book launch.
Well,
you know,
okay.
So what do you make out of the book?
Well, I've not had much insight into the book because it was just launched, I think, 2 days ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, the book was launched 2 days ago, but just like every other book, is his own thinking, is his own understanding, and is entitled to script whatever he felt that transpired, within 1967 and during the war and all that. So, but the key thing that I gleaned out of the book was when he mentioned that it was Ojukwu that caused the war. But I recall vividly that that was what they had as Aburi Accord. So then, well, if Ojukwu and Gowon had gone to Ghana in Aburi and then agreed to do a particular thing, and then by the time, as we were told, Buhari, what is his name, Gowon came back, I realized that he didn't do a good bargaining and that the agreement he signed on to wouldn't favor him. And then started going against the agreement. So you can't say it was Ojukwu's, Ojukwu disobeyed. No. So that's actually what I see. But like I stated earlier, he's entitled to whatever he felt. And then to the extent he has gone to reconcile Nigerians, which is Nigeria pray, that's one thing we have known him for. So, after the war, he turned born again, according to him. We don't know who is born again and who is not, except the Lord himself knows who he is. So he has been praying around. I think with that prayer team that has been going around, I think he has made some impact to heal the wounds of the war. But with regards to what transpired in Ghana, after Ghana and all that, I don't think it's squarely on Ojukwu. You can't put the blame entirely on Ojukwu. It takes two to tango. So Nigerian government must have done something also to have triggered the war.
Yeah,
the killings, the backtracking and all that. So that's just what I want. So I congratulate him on his
Yeah, just like so many officials of government have congratulated him, the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, congratulated him, the vice president, and all that, Doctor. Looking at I don't know whether you've read the book. I'm sure you've heard about the book. Even if you have not read it, you've heard about the book. But one issue I want us to look at is the issue Gowon was praised for the 3 hours, for introducing the 3 hours.